Boom. Hello. Well, I don't know why that disconnected, but it disconnected. Hello. Thankfully, you didn't miss much. So, hope everyone's well. We got a pretty big stream coming up. Raw is obviously very interesting at the moment. We're going to be finding out what's next in regards to the World Heavyweight Championship. We've got the whole Bron Bronson vision, what's going on there. We got the Asuka situation. We got the Bayley situation. There's just loads going on at the moment with the Raw. And so what we'll do is we'll do the breakdown. Then we'll get to your thoughts, your comments, your queries, your questions, your quandaries. See where the conversation is at. I hope everyone had a good weekend this weekend. Obviously, there was no WWE, so I was able to let my voice rest, which, to be honest with you, I think it really needed. I was really struggling through some of those videos on Friday night with my voice kind of packing up, so I think it needed those couple of days rest. It feels great. I feel great. So yeah, all good, ready to go. Let's do this preview, and then of course, as we said, we'll jump into your comments, your thoughts. Whilst we are doing this, if you are on a PC or you are able to, it'd be a big help if you would answer a couple of questions. We always do a quiz for our members, and I'm just getting a few recorded. And then I'm going to try and edit them into little shorts. We got another quiz coming up this Wednesday. And so there's some questions. You can find the link at the top of the chat. And basically it's 7 questions. I'm just trying to get as much feedback as I possibly can. They're just fun questions to answer. You might have answered them previously or some similar. And we're just doing it again this week. So you should be seeing the results of that very, very soon. I'm just trying to build up a few videos worth first, and then they'll start coming out. So, okay, Bron Breakker, Bronson Reed appearing after their stunning attack on Seth Rollins. Maxxine Dupri is going up against Becky Lynch for the women's IC title. This is going to be interesting because we're in Maxxine's home state, so she's going to be very well supported. Dominik Mysterio is defending the IC title against Rusev. And we've got AJ Styles and Dragon Lee. They are going to be taking on Judgment Day for the World Tag Team titles. So we're going to have 3 championship matches tonight on Raw. And of course, we got the big one, which is what the flip is going on with the Vision and Seth and all of that. There is a rumor that's doing the rounds. Very similar to like what we said on SmackDown. I'm not really interested in talking about it. I think anything that drops kind of a few hours before the show, I don't think should happen. I think there should be a cut-off. I think as a wrestling community, we should all agree that anything an hour or two before the shows, we just don't talk about it. Like, I just kind of think it sucks, really, that news kind of leaks literally just before a show is about to begin. So there has been some leaked news. I'm not going to touch on that because it's stuff that's going to be on the show, or it's something that's going to be on the show. But other than that, pretty much everything else I'm happy to talk about. So let's jump over and see where the conversation is at. I did see a super chat just came in. I want to jump over to that. Kian, hello. Kian said, I'm not dressing up as Jenna Ortega. Kian, Jenna Ortega has not been mentioned once, and yet here you are jumping into this Raw live stream, shouting out, I'm not dressing up as Jenna Ortega, which, I mean, I have no idea where that's come from. Like, Kian, you are starting to come across as like the crazy person in the corner of the room, you know, where you're just like, I'm not going to dress as Jenna Ortega. It's like, no one has even mentioned Jenna Ortega, Kian. I hope you're doing well, but yeah, I hope you're doing well. I mean, look, what I would say is it's really important, guys, that you don't miss a single day of your medication, because if ever you do, then you might just randomly start shouting out really random stuff during a Raw watch-along stream. So, Kian, shout out to you. I am so pleased that you are not dressed as Jenna Ortega or even planning on dressing as Jenna Ortega. And I think I speak on behalf of the community when I say that that is information that I'm really pleased that we just found out. So, Kian, thank you. Thank you. What a way to start the show. Kelly said, Daze, I'm back, Kelly. Hello. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Shout out to you. I hope you're not dressing as Jenna Ortega either. Kian said, Daze, I had a thought. If the MFTs are taking on the Wyatts, could we see a return of Tamina, even if it's just brief? I think that it could be a good way to go, or even better if she pulls Nikki over, says Dean. Dean, shout out to you. I don't think so. I mean, I think I get the logic, because we had a conversation, didn't we, about how the MFTs are going to need a female. They're going to need a female because obviously we need someone to go up against Nikki. And we were trying to figure out, would it be Nia? Like, who fits that group? But I think the truth is that if you are doing booking and you're sat there in a creative room, where you've got to try and find creative for different people on the roster, then, you've got a story here that needs a woman, and you've got a lot of women that, haven't really been getting utilized. There's a lot of women, unfortunately, that kind of don't really get used that often. I mean, if you look at Zelina Vega, she hasn't really been used that consistently throughout the year. But obviously now she's doing something with Aleister Black. That's great. But, we needed to find something for her. You've got someone like Michin, who might have a period where she's feuding with Julia, but then will go through a period where she's just kind of sat around in the back and there's nothing really for her. So I think with the amount of women that we've got that kind of are a bit inactive, I'm thinking I don't know, Ivy Nile, for example, I think she's on Raw more than SmackDown, but the point still remains that when you've got a lot of women and not all of them are being utilized, I would imagine it makes more sense to try and utilize one of those rather than bring back someone who, no offense to Tamina, I don't think has got a long-term future in WWE. Her career is pretty much done. So do you bring back Tamina as a one-off just because she sort of fits in with Solo, the family connection? Or do you just try and utilize one of those women that just aren't really being utilized? I would personally try and utilize one of those women. The Tamina shout is not a bad shout. I totally get the logic. But yeah, if I was in creative, I think I'd want to try and use one of those women that are just kind of sat around out back and see if I can kind of get something going for them. Days, I was surprised that Alicia was seeing your NXT stream, said Benny. Same. Won't be surprised if Tony sees a stream and plots revenge. I've got a feeling tonight will be astronomical. Well, I don't think Tony's going to be watching. He doesn't really have a reason to watch. Maybe if we did AEW streams, he would watch. But actually, I don't know if you know, but back in the day when I did AEW streams, there was a very awkward moment where I was talking about AEW and AEW's official account was actually in the chat. And I was not being very complimentary. I was saying something about, I can't remember. I think it was something like, I wish they would use their own homegrown talent rather than just keep showcasing WWE talent that they've just picked up, Because at the time, there was some really good emerging AEW talent. They had the likes of Sammy Guevara, Darby Allin. There was Britt Baker that was coming through. MJF was doing really well. Private Party and, people like this that were homegrown, if you will. And, there was a big conversation because they had been bringing in WWE talent, and that WWE talent had been kind of getting more opportunity. So we were having a conversation about that. And I just looked in the chat, and you could, back in the day, I don't know if you can still do. Yeah, you can. You can click to see what the account is. So I actually was talking. In the chat was AEW's official account. They said, really sorry to hear that you feel that way, or something like that. It was like a comment like that. And when I clicked on it, it took me to their actual account. So it must have been an admin from their actual account that was watching during one of the streams, which I do find really weird, to be honest. I mean, I've said before, when I talk to you guys and we just have a chat, I mean, a lot of you are old school wrestling fans, like been watching for a long time. I'm just a wrestling fan that's been watching for a long time. This to me is just like us down a pub having a chat. It's weird to me that like wrestlers, wrestling companies can sort of jump into this space and can hear what we're saying, you know. I suppose it's because I'm a boomer, and so obviously I was around having these conversations before companies could do that. I mean, I was talking about wrestling with friends back in the 90s, the 2000s, and obviously well away from any ears of anyone that's connected with these companies. So it is really strange to think that potentially Alicia Fox was in our NXT stream, because she took footage from that and actually put it on her Instagram. And I know that AEW were in an old AEW stream. But we've had Thunder Rosa in the chat. We've had Mickey James pop in. We've had Nick Aldis when we did NWA streams. We've had a few people throughout the years that have popped in. It's just weird. I'm sure there will be more in the future. It's just weird. I mean, I genuinely don't say anything to kind of cause offense or anything like that. I'm not looking to do that, but I am looking to have honest conversations. I'm not interested in sitting here and saying something's good if it's not good. Not interested in, sitting here and saying something's bad if it's not bad. I mean, it works the other way as well. So, yeah, that happens, to be honest. And I think it will continue to happen, but it's just weird, isn't it? You never know who's lurking in the background. Dort Knight said, Daze, you can't underestimate the impact of content creators. More people are subscribed with you than watch AEW, so they see you members as a target audience. Well, it's true, isn't it? I mean, to be honest, that's the kind of dark side of all of this. Like, I don't really like all of that stuff. I think for me, I'm not someone that kind of chases that fame. I'm not someone that chases that influencer tag or that really, this started because I just wanted to talk about wrestling, and we do that, and people have joined in the conversation, and we are where we are. So to me, like, I don't, there is so much that I could do to push myself and get myself in the limelight and all that sort, and I'm just really not interested. I just don't care about it. We keep ourselves to ourselves. Whatever anyone else is doing, let them do that. I'm not interested. I just like having the conversations and talking with you guys about wrestling, and that's what I like doing. So for me, like, to have people jump in and see us as, I don't want to say something that can be exploited, because that's not right, is it? But it's business, isn't it? At the end of the day, there's companies that might want to work with you because you've got a following. And, that's what makes the world go round. And, like, I just don't, that's just not doesn't appeal to me. It's not something that I'm really interested in pursuing. So, to have, like, companies jump in and potentially want to work with you and stuff like that. I mean, where are the sponsors? Where have the sponsors been? I get hit with sponsors all the time. I get emails every day, but I've not done anything with them. I think the only time we've done a sponsor thing has been with Wrestling Shop, and I shop with Wrestling Shop. Like, I really like Wrestling Shop, so that was great to, do some stuff with them, and that led to Wrestling Shop Live, and it meant that I could meet you guys and all of that. So I think we've done about 3 or 4 of those, and they've all been brilliant. Loved them every single time. So, yeah, I don't know. It's the side of it that I'm probably least comfortable with, to be honest. But, you're right. It's part of it. It's part of this world, isn't it? It's kind of, how this works. So, but I'm just a boomer that's, kind of grew up without this. So I'm not really... I think when kids go to school these days and watch their favourite YouTubers, and they probably, whilst they're at school, I mean, I know several years ago there was a poll done, and it was like, what do you want to be when you're older? And I think the number one thing was a YouTuber, was like the number one thing that kids at school wanted to be, which is horrifying. But obviously that was just absolutely not a thing when I was at school. YouTube and YouTubers did not exist. So, I mean, I didn't grow up with idolizing influencers, which is probably why I don't really care for them now, I get sent so much stuff like, oh, have you seen this person's doing this and this person's doing that? And it's like, I just don't care. Honestly, these are just people. They're just people that are, doing their own thing. God bless them, but I don't know. Yeah, it's a whole thing that's kind of alien to me, to be honest. It's a whole thing that's pretty strange to me. I just want to talk wrestling. Off the post, shout out to you, said Daze family, new to the channel. Hello, my friend. Loving it, though. A Cody heel turn is on the way. It feels like he attacked Jacob, said off the post. Hello, off the post. Could be. The only thing I would say is I do think there are other options. So I think Randy is an option. I think Brock Lesnar is an option. I think that Solo's an option, but feels like a bit of an obvious option. I think Cody is an option, and you can definitely see him getting DQ'd as, and also him rushing to conclusions. I mean, what I would say is, I don't know that it's a good look for Cody, actually, to kind of come down and just start beating up on someone that says it wasn't them. I mean, Cody had no evidence that Drew was the one that attacked Solo. He just believed it was him, and that was it. That if it isn't Drew, this is a bad look for Cody, actually, because Cody has jumped to conclusions. The thing is, though, it would be pretty boring if, the problem with Cody is everyone says he's really bland and that he needs a bit of an attitude. So they've given him a bit of an attitude, and, people liked it, and that's really good. But the problem is, if it turns out it wasn't Drew, your top babyface just really jumped to conclusions. Your top babyface is going around like beating people up with no evidence. And I don't know if that's a great look. I don't know if that's the right thing to be doing. So I totally get why people are saying that Cody is potentially turning heel. I mean, you can see that he came down, wasn't interested in what Drew was saying, started beating him up. Then during the actual match got disqualified. Granted, he might not have thinking straight. I think they were just fighting and he just grabbed whatever he could and, hits Drew with it. But even so, it's a DQ, and it means that Cody loses the match, of course, by DQ. I'm sure Drew's going to get a rematch, and this is all part of a bigger story. Does it lead to Cody revealing himself to be heel, or are they just teasing it? Is it a case that he's heel, or is it just that they are giving him a bit of an edge and they're just trying to throw you off the scent as to who the real person is that attacked Jacob? Because I think that it stands a good chance of being Randy Orton. I think it stands a good chance of being Randy. I see what people see. I understand why people think that it's Cody, but that's a big thing if it is. That's a big thing to do if it is, to take your top babyface. And this is also a Cody Rhodes who has said consistently he's not looking to turn heel anytime soon. And same with Triple H as well, saying that Cody is one of the most white meat baby faces we've ever had. So Triple H in recent interviews has kind of not suggested we're going that way. Cody hasn't suggested that he wants to go that way. Obviously, plans can change, or they can say those things to throw you off the scent. But I think whilst there are still other viable options, I think I'm not quite ready to jump on board it definitely is Cody train. I think he is an option. But I'm not ready to jump on that train for those reasons. So I think my front runner is still Randy Orton, because I think Randy actually needs to go back to being a heel. I think that Randy has been looking at that belt for a little while now. I think that he's pretty much done everything he can do as a face. I think he's a bit bland. There's not really much for us to do with him as a face, or at least it doesn't feel that way. And so, bang, let's turn him. Let's do this big feud with Cody. And I think the feud with Cody makes a lot of sense. You could still do that feud with Cody turning heel, but I'm just not convinced they're going to do it, honestly. I'm not convinced that they want to do it, so that's kind of where my head's at. But off the post, I hear you. It's definitely an option. Definitely an option. Right, James said, I can't believe that we beat Liverpool on Sunday. Hopefully this is going to be the turning point. Yeah, it's a very good result. To be honest, I don't really talk about like I don't mind talking about it, but I don't really go in for the banter side of football. It's one of those where, I don't really want a load of people jumping in the chat when we're talking about wrestling, going off about if Man United have lost a game and all this kind of stuff. So I try and stay away from that kind of bantery stuff. Otherwise, it can just get out of control. In regards to the victory, it was a good victory. Hopefully, they can build on it this weekend. But yeah, good, scrappy. Kind of felt like Liverpool were more likely to get the second, I thought, than United. So little bit of luck, little bit scrappy, take it, run away, hopefully get the win again this weekend. Right, Aaron, hello. Aaron said, I said to my brother that we would lose because everyone was so confident we would win, says Aaron. Dawny said, I don't think it's Drew. I think Kit Wilson knows who it is. Kit was standing in the background when Jacob got attacked. I think it could be Aleister Black. That's interesting. I think Aleister Black's a really good shout, and you are correct. Kit Wilson was standing in the background, so yes. Well, was he there during the attack? He was there when people found him. Was he there during the attack as well? I don't think it was Kit Wilson, of course. Aleister Black's a very interesting shout. That would be quite a big feud for Aleister. The only problem is both would need the win. I feel like Jacob would need to win that feud. I feel like Aleister would need to win that feud. So they would both kind of need to win the feud. Which, you do find yourself in those situations. Chrissy said, would they really have Randy turn again? Seems a bit predictable, as he's always riding that line, but he is a great heel, said Chrissy. Well, I think they would have him turn again. I think that, I don't remember when he was last heel, actually. When was he last heel? It feels like it's been a while. Was it like 2000-ish? I remember that he was feuding with Edge around the pandemic time, but then he did the whole RK Bro thing, and he was a babyface all throughout that. He's been a babyface since he returned, of course. I don't know. I feel like it might have been a little while, and I also feel that he's a really good heel, as you said. I think that the feud with Cody, it's got to happen. I mean, Randy's not getting any younger, so I feel like we definitely need to do that feud. So I would like to get there like sooner rather than later. And honestly, that could really set up 2026. I mean, if we're going to be doing like a Randy Cody feud, definitely down for that. I mean, there's so much history to dig into there. But the question is, of course, do you have Cody turn heel or do you have Randy go back to being heel? And my honest answer is, I think it's probably more likely WWE turn Randy back heel than turn Cody heel. I think that Cody has got a real connection with the kids. I think his merch sales are very good. I think more importantly, Cody is the future as well. I mean, Randy has probably got a few more years in him, whereas Cody has got longer. I don't know if Cody has actually come out and said when he's wrestling till. I know that he kind of famously said he wanted to go till he was 40 and he's at that age now. But he did come out and say he was going to extend it because of, the fact he's now reached the mountaintop. It would be silly to walk away now. So I know that he has kind of kicked that can down the road a little bit. So yeah, I think given the two, I'd be probably expecting them to turn Randy more than turn Cody. But, you know, they are doing some big, shocking things at the moment. WWE, I think, know that the product has been a bit stale. I think they know that they need to shake it up and make things exciting. And so that does play into the concept, the theory that turning Cody heel could be, you know, something that could really wake things up, you know? And there's plenty of baby faces coming through, like Jacob, that obviously could do with having a heel kind of Cody to go against. So certainly not saying that it's impossible. Certainly not saying that it's not going to happen. But I don't know. Given the likelihood, I think it's more likely that we go heel Randy. Matteo said, Daze, hello. What are our predictions? Do we get a new champion today? No, I don't believe we get a new champion. I think that the belt will be vacated, but I don't think they'll crown the new champion today. Also, you mentioned a spoiler about the show, yes. So, is it better I stay off the internet? I think Punk Braun is going to happen at Saturday night's main event. Yeah, it's not a big spoiler. It's just what they're planning on doing in regards to the title. So, that's what it is. So, I know that. Or at least, and I know many of you will know that as well. So it's not a big spoiler. It's just what they're planning on doing in regards to the title. I mean, look, we felt pretty confident that this injury of Seth was an injury. I didn't think that they would run an injury angle again so quickly. And I didn't understand what the benefit of the injury would be. So, you know, what do you actually gain? If you are Seth and you are faking an injury, what do you actually gain? The only thing I could think was that CM Punk would be going into that match thinking that Seth doesn't have the vision anymore and might be lulled into a false sense of security. But that is such a stupid move by Punk, because Punk knows that Seth is going to have to plot and scheme. And he's going to, even if he doesn't have the vision, surely go and get someone else. I mean, you're still going to have Becky to worry about. Becky can come down and get involved in the match. So even that where CM Punk doesn't think the Vision are going to get involved, well, Becky can always get involved. You know, there's always someone that Seth can turn to that can get involved. I mean, there's rumors about Austin Theory coming in. I mean, are we just meant to believe that CM Punk hasn't seen those theories online? So I don't know. I struggled to see what the benefit of faking that injury would be. So this is why I've always been leaning towards it being real. So yeah, we just kind of found out some more details in regards to the injury. It looks like he is going to have to vacate the title, and how they're going to go about kind of figuring out who the next champ is. But so that everyone's kind of clear, we're not expecting a new champ, or I'm not expecting a new champ to be crowned by the end of the night. I'm not expecting that. I think this is something they're going to build towards. Seeb said, Daze, can you give your honest opinion? I always do. You know how much I can't stand the Bronze. I believe they suck. So, in your opinion, do you think they'll reach the top without Seth, or are they going to die like Jay has? Well, I think that WWE have always got the ability. This is the frustrating thing with WWE, is that there will be people that you look at that you think don't quite have what it takes, okay? So, like, for example, you might look at Jay and you might go, I don't think Jay's got what it takes to make it to the top. Or you might look at, you know, like, for me, Maxxine at the moment. Yeah, for me, Maxxine, she shouldn't really be on the main roster, and I don't think that's unfair. She's getting paid really good money to be on the main roster, and really, what has she done over the years to kind of warrant that? Not her fault, not blaming her, but I'm just saying, you know, her skill level and, you know, kind of the opportunity that she's been given. And I don't really understand why. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure how she got that opportunity or why she got that opportunity, why it was her over like someone that can actually wrestle. Like, why she got called up instead of someone else, I don't know. And I'm not looking to blame her for that, because that's not her fault. What she meant to do, say no. I mean, of course, if someone's going to say, would you like to be on the main roster of WWE, you're going to say yes, right? Whether you're ready or not ready. But, she's not ready, and she hasn't been ready. And so she's been having to do all these classes with Natalya. And the one thing you hear about Maxxine is that she's been putting the work in, right? And so, fair play, whatever. And she's definitely improved. And she's going to be in action tonight, right? But, I don't know, should someone else have been in that position rather than her? Someone that could actually wrestle, that was more ready. I don't know. That's up for debate, isn't it? But I just sort of feel like you get this quite often, where there's people in positions where they're going to get pushed or they're being promoted, and you don't think they're ready for that. And it makes you wonder why they're being backed rather than this other person. To be honest, that's just part of wrestling. That's as old as time. That's been happening forever, where you see these kind of people getting pushed that you don't really agree with getting those pushes. But the downside with WWE is that because it's scripted, they can push whoever they want and for whatever reason they want, They can push Bron Breakker and Bronson Reed. I mean, the question is, are they going to get to the top? The answer is, if WWE want them there, they're going to make it. I mean, look at Roman. The fans weren't keen on Roman getting to the top at first because it was very obvious that WWE wanted that, and so they pushed it. And fans were like, no, this isn't what we want. We want Daniel Bryan. That's who we want. So there was a big support for Daniel Bryan around the time that Roman was getting pushed, right at the beginning after the Shield split. Shield split, 2014? And this is, around like WrestleMania. And so it was very clear that like the fans wanted Daniel. And famously, look at the 2015 Royal Rumble. That's one of the most famous incidents where, Roman Reigns gets booed out the building when he wins that Rumble. The Rock standing in the ring holding up Roman's arm, and the whole crowd are just booing him out the building. Even The Rock is kind of looking around going, what the hell? The hell is going on here? Because The Rock's not used to being in the ring getting that kind of heat, or certainly wasn't. And so, you see these people getting pushed. But the truth is, if WWE wants to push them, they'll push them. They're the ones with the pen. They're the ones that can write what they want to write. So the answer to the question is Braun going to make it to the top? Is Bronson going to make it to the top? Yeah, we can't stop it, is the honest answer. The only thing that will stop it is if, people stop watching and ratings decline and ticket sales continue to decline. But if they are serious about what they're saying, I mean, Paul Heyman has come out and said this is a multiple-time WrestleMania main eventer. And if they are serious about that, they can book that. Simple as that. I mean, there are things that are missing with Braun. I mean, clearly he's, not the most captivating on a microphone. Match quality-wise, he's probably around a 3.5, 3.75. He's not consistently churning out 4-star matches. He is athletic. He is explosive. There is something to him, It's not like he's completely rubbish. There is something there. But I look at Braun and see someone that can deliver 3.5, 3.75 matches. I look at Braun, who is intense, fine, can, deliver a certain promo where he's just no nonsense, short, sweet. I'm going to bring hell. You don't know what's coming your way, blah, blah, blah type promo. But he ain't someone that's going to come out with witty lines. He's not someone that's going to really, blow you away promo-wise, apart from unless it's like an uber-intensive promo. So there's obviously, a lot of work to be done there. There's a lot more room for improvement. I just don't think he's got the size of like a Brock Lesnar or someone to, from a physical point of view, be that impressive physically. I don't find him impressive, to look at. I mean, he's ripped. He's got a good physique, but he's not Brock. He's not Batista. You know, I don't think he's not Triple H. I mean, if you look at, like, the giants, the big guys that we've had and, like, you know, the kind of physiques that wrestling has had historically. I did see a tweet earlier, and it was a bit depressing. It's the kind of thing that you see from time to time. I've seen this sort of tweet from time to time, and it was just, like, current stars. I think it was Johnny that sent it over. So it was current stars compared to kind of older stars. So back in the day, we had Kurt Angle. In this generation, we've got Kurt Angle Light, which is Chad Gable, which I think is a little bit unfair because he does get compared to Kurt. But yeah, it's true, isn't he? He's probably a bit on the smaller side. If you stand Kurt and Chad side by side, he's probably a bit on the smaller side. Brilliant wrestler, though. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be too down on it, but yeah, I mean, look, is Chad Gable Kurt Angle? No. And he hasn't even been booked that way either. Undertaker, like, I don't know that works, to be honest. I mean, I don't think Damien's gimmick is an Undertaker gimmick. So I know that there's a bit of a darkness there, a bit more of a goth kind of a vibe, I suppose. So that one, not quite right. Umaga Lights. I mean, listen, I don't know. In regards to Jacob, I've got high hopes on. That one I don't really see too much as a downgrade. Batista Lights. I don't think he's trying to be the next Batista, but if they're trying to present him as like a big powerhouse, he is a step down. I mean, Batista was way more physically impressive. So, you know, if that is the comparison we're going for, I did see some in the chat going, he's not trying to be the next Batista. He's the next Scott Steiner. But even if he's the next Scott Steiner, he feels like a step down. So, yeah. And then Eddie Guerrero Lights. So you do kind of, and it's funny because, like, you do wonder psychologically, is that kind of where we are with the roster right now? You know, everyone's nice. In this day and age, everyone's polite and everyone's nice and everyone doesn't want to hurt each other's feelings. I know that doesn't seem that way on social media, but, you know, I do think that we live in a time where everyone is trying, you know, to be positive and try and not hurt people's feelings and, you know, be respectful and all that sort of stuff. I just wonder if, like, psychologically the wrestling has been suffering because those are the legends we remember. This is where wrestling was, and now this is where wrestling is at the moment, and it is a step down. Like, your raw ingredients are not as impressive. And that is, you know, part of an issue. I think that's aesthetics, of course. I mean, what I would say is that I do think this roster has got an ability to deliver matches of a higher quality than these wrestlers. I mean, if you go back and look back in the day, I don't think we were getting as consistently great matches as what we are getting now. I mean, I don't know how many 5-star matches Meltzer has given WWE this year. I think we're around about 3 or something. But Meltzer did not give WWE that many 5-star matches throughout its history. And I know, basing it on that, like, people will be like, oh, I'm not interested in what Meltzer's got to say. But, yeah, I mean, it is true. There just weren't matches that Meltzer thought was worthy of those 5 stars. Whereas this year alone, Sammy and Kevin got 5 stars. I think Io Rhea Bianca at WrestleMania, I believe, got 5 stars. I think the TLC match got 5 stars. So all of those got 5 stars. And then you've got things like AJ against John Cena, which got 475. I don't know what Cody and Kevin got earlier this year, but it's got to have been there or thereabouts. I don't know what Rhea and Io got at Evolution, but it's got to have been there or thereabouts because that match was amazing. So it's one of those where a lot of people that talk about wrestling or, like, you know, watch wrestling, that compare to the past, they might be down on it because from the looks, from the aesthetic, it doesn't look as impressive. The raw ingredients aren't as good. But actually, if you look at the match quality, I would make the argument that we're more focused on that now. And as a result, I think we're getting higher match quality. I mean, what would be a really good piece to do would be to go down and work out, like, get every match from the PLEs in 2025, work out the average, and then do that for every other year and just see, you know, how it all stacks up. I'd be really confident that this period we're in now more than holds its own against Attitude Era, Ruthless Aggression. I think this period we're in now is one of the strongest periods when it comes to match quality, because I think there's more of a focus on match quality. I mean, back in the Attitude Era, that's kind of before the internet, right? Internet was around, but it was more chat rooms. And back then, like, there just weren't people. There weren't the masses talking about match quality. It was all about storyline. It was all about, oh, Vince has screwed such and such, or, oh my God, did you see Triple H is with Steph now? It was all to do with the story, the plot, the twists, the turns. People weren't really watching going, I think that's 4 stars. But they do now, and the wrestlers know that, and so there's more of a focus on that. And so as a result, I think that certainly on PLEs, the match quality has got a bit more importance. So my honest answer is that I think aesthetically, he's not as impressive as what we've seen previous. I think from a match point of view, his match quality is 3.5, 3.75 range, but against with the right dance partner could get to a 4.25. I think that if they want to push him, they will push him. I don't think there's much we can do about it. And I think there is room for improvement. I think he's probably getting feedback from Heyman and from Triple H, who want him to work, and they want it to work out. He's probably getting a lot of intense feedback from those guys. I think you will continue to see improvement from him. He's obviously got a big platform right now after what went down the other day. And so, yeah, I mean, it's one of those where I can totally understand people not liking him and not being on board with him. I don't find him that compelling. I don't get excited if there's a Bron Breakker match. That's not a match that I'm like, oh, I can't wait for that. That's going to be amazing. I mean, it doesn't really do much for me either, to be honest. I've said I think the Vision have been boring since they formed. I don't think we've dug into their personalities. I don't think there's been any character development. I think creative need to step up their game. I think that Bron needs to step up his game. I think that he's very focused on his presentation and coming across as intense. But, you know, promo is lacking a bit. Match quality is lacking a bit. But these are areas that can be improved and I'm sure will be improved. So I sort of look at, like, Roman when he came out of the Shield and compared to where we are now, and it's like night and day. You know, you look at that Roman in 2015 getting booed out the building, and people just weren't interested. And he's doing promos like Suffering Succotash. You know, you kind of look at that Roman and you go, "Oof, that sucked. That really sucked. That was bad." But you know, you look at where he is now, and it's just, I mean, everyone throws the ones up. They couldn't acknowledge him anymore if they tried. He's super over. You look at like John Cena when he was Prototype, and it was like he was close to getting cut. And then, you know, here we are all these years later, he's about to retire and he's being regarded as the GOAT. It's funny how, you know, in the early stages, for the first few years at least, people are working it out, trying to find their feet. And then something will click and then you're up and running. So in regards to Bron, you know, I think there's raw. I think there's aggression. I think there's intensity. I think there is support, which is really important. And I think, yeah, if they want to push him, they will push him. And I think fast forward a few years, I think we'll be in a better place with him as well. So I don't know that he's going to go away anytime soon, you know. Look at Liv. Liv came up, she wasn't ready for the main roster. Came up too early, in my opinion. Felt that at the time. But, you know, they've kind of made it work, and now she's one of their biggest female stars. So, absolutely the same can happen with Batista as well. There we go, a lot of detail. Hannah said, Daze, if the title is vacated, I think we go all in for tonight's Raw, and we have a suspenseful battle royal in the main event for the title. We already have done a tournament, but let's give all the talent an opportunity for the gold, says Hannah. Dawny said, that's the problem with WWE. We don't know much about the characters of the wrestlers, like the Bronze and the Wyatt Sixes. Completely agree. The exact same criticism that we've got with Braun and the Vision, which is they don't dig into the characters. We don't know much about them. We don't know their motivations. I mean, having someone that just wants to destroy people, okay, but we do need to know a bit, like, where's that come from? Why do you feel that way? What's driving that anger? There must be something which makes him a lot more interesting if we know as to why he wants to just wreck everyone. Why has he been wronged? Has he had a tough upbringing and stuff like this? Like, that'd be interesting to find out. So I would like to dig in more into the character. I'd like to know how his relationship is with Bronson. I thought it was interesting that, he destroys Seth. He could have absolutely just got out the ring and walked away. He could have attacked Bronson. I mean, who's going to stop him? Yeah, if he wanted to jump on Bronson, but he didn't. It was like, you're either with me or not. You got to make a decision. I mean, it seems like he sort of enjoys having Bronson around, or there's some sort of relationship there. But I mean, we've not dug into that. I mean, they've just tagged together a lot, and that's it. I mean, we've not seen them really having a friendship of sorts. I have no idea. I don't think any of us quite knew what he was going to say to Bronson when he went over to Bronson, because we just don't know how he feels about Bronson. We don't know how he feels about Heyman. I mean, was he going to push Heyman over? Did he like Heyman? Did he not like Heyman? I had no idea. And I sort of feel like that sucks, because that is where you can really get invested. And I think Dawn is absolutely right. That's the exact same issue that I've got with the Wyatt Six, that we did all this amazing work for Nightbirds, where we dug into their characters, kind of told a bit of their backstories. We even saw like these cabins where these notes were being delivered to, where seemingly the members were living. I mean, we got more in Nightbirds than we have in the, 13, 14, 15 months since. 15 months since, we've barely learned anything about them, whereas the Nightbird campaign was just like overwhelming amount of information. We had journals, there was a therapy session, there was a flipping hour-long therapy session on Twitch that we all tuned in for. There was like things going on Snapchat, there was notes, there was blooming secret messages, QR codes. I mean, it was overwhelming, the amount of stuff they did with Nightbirds. I mean, one of the biggest campaigns I've ever seen WWE embark upon. And then 14, 15, 16 months later, I don't even know that we've had 10% of that since. Everything put together. All the promos, all the videos, everything. I don't even know that add it all together makes up 10% of what we got in Nightbird. Nightbird was mind-blowing. You could make an argument Nightbird was too good. Nightbird was too good because we got so excited about, oh my God, if they're doing this now, imagine what they're going to do when the group arrives. Turns out nothing. And I know that there was injury, and I know that there was creative issues. They were going to do something with the Judgment Day. That fell through. I understand, but I mean, it's frustrating that, they've been back a little while now. They came back, what was it, just after Mania, about a week or so after Mania, they popped up. And, we've just been doing some tag team stuff. And we haven't, again, really been digging into any characters. Uncle Howdy went missing. We have no idea where he's gone. He did pop up in a little recorded video, which was good. But, yeah, I don't know. It's just there's very little there, isn't there? I mean, at least now they're potentially about to start a feud with the MFTs. So, I mean, maybe we're on the verge of something now. Yeah? Maybe we're on the verge of something now. But it can't just be the fans that are frustrated at the Wyatt Six. Even the Wyatt Six must be frustrated. I mean, unless Nikki Cross has got an injury, I don't think she's wrestled this year. She must be massively frustrated. I don't think she's had a single match. I'm pretty sure we looked on Cage Match, she hadn't had a single match. Not even a mixed tag match. So, and God only knows what we're doing with Rowan. I mean, he just stands around. He must be massively frustrated. So, yeah, we can have a conversation on the Wyatt Six. That's a massive frustration. Wyatt Six is frustrating. Vision has been frustrating. There's been a lot of frustrations. But I will say that where we are right now is probably the best place we've been. I do think that where we are right now in 2025 is the best place we've been in 2025. I think the Asuka thing, the Bayley thing, Elia returning with the Sammy Open challenges, the Wyatt Six on the verge of the MFT feud, Roman, Jimmy, Jay, Cody teasing some potential heel turn, but who done it with Jacob? Like, getting ever closer to Cena's last match as well. Honestly, if I had to kind of relive any part of this year, it'd be now. I think now is the best part of 2025. I think the road to WrestleMania sucked. I think WrestleMania pretty much sucked. I enjoyed Evolution, but there wasn't like loads happening after WrestleMania. There was just lots of shows that were fairly mid. But Evolution was very good. Elimination Chamber with the thing was really good, like Selling of the Soul. That was exciting, but we know it ultimately leads to nothing. So the Cena heel turn and all of that, that was probably the second best part of the year. But I think now, with the amount of stories that we've got, I kind of feel like now's the best part of 2025. So it's not all doom and gloom. It has been, but I think we're in a better place now. Aki said, what I struggle with the Wyatts is they're just like a regular tag team. I really wanted some depth with the characters. The creepiness is what gives them substance. Yeah, I agree, buds. I agree. They're not just a normal team, are they? They're not just another team. They are like more interesting than that. I completely agree. Completely agree. I think that we've thrown away what has made them special. We've kind of just made them a team. They've got a great entrance, and that's about it. A great entrance. The characters look different, but other than that, there's not been anything. So, yeah, I agree. I don't know why they've not done a Funhouse type thing where, I mean, when they do their promos, they just tend to stand in like a black void with them looking like flipping Queen from Bohemian Rhapsody. I don't know if you've ever seen that video, but it's like the way they're organized is it's just like they're in like this sort of diamond shape in the darkness. And that's it. We had like a fun house and puppets and all this stuff with Bray. And now, that was one man's vision on his own. Now we've got a group, and this is the best we can do. This is the big plan. I mean, it just seems like WWE just can't book this kind of thing. I mean, they struggled to do it when Bray was around. Vince never wanted to give Bray the reins. I mean, the thing with Vince is he's a control freak. So it's Vince's way or the highway. Vince, I don't think, and I don't know why, because it's Vince's company, or it was. So why not let someone cook if they have a good idea, yeah? Why was it that Vince had to get involved? I don't know. I can only put it down to power, control, being a control freak, and, just not having that ability to let someone else come in with some good ideas, even if it's to your own benefit. I mean, if Bray had done some amazing stuff on WWE, it's WWE that benefits, ultimately. So it doesn't make any sense, but I think Vince's controlling nature meant that he had to get involved. And listen, there was big arguments between Vince and Bray. And I think ultimately they both had a vision as to where they wanted this to go. I don't think that was in line. And I think ultimately that's what leads to Bray leaving WWE with Vince kind of letting him go. Because that was a big head scratcher at the time. Bray was one of the most popular superstars. Why have you just let him go? I think it was big wages and a breakdown in the relationship. And I think Vince got to the point where it's like, do you know what? I'll just save that money. I'll save that money that we spend on his wages. I'd rather have the money than have to deal with this. But why Vince couldn't just let Bray kind of cook, I have no idea. So even when Bray was around, we couldn't make this work. It went down roads. Watch the documentary. You can see how frustrated Bray gets at times. And now that the Wyatt Six have come back, we still can't flip and do it. I had much higher hopes this time around because Vince wasn't around, and I thought, right, they'll let Bo cook. Now, can Bo deliver what Bray could deliver? I think he can. I just think that he is a bit hesitant. The impression I get of Bo is that he really wants to do his brother proud, and he really doesn't want to put a foot wrong. And rather than taking this creative and doing something with it, he, I think, is really protective of it and is trying to respect it. And it's kind of, I suppose, like being given a really expensive ornament. Like, you're so worried about not damaging it and not breaking it that maybe you just wrap it up and put it in a box rather than put it on display. You could have it on display in your house. People could look at it and marvel, but actually you'd be so worried about it getting broken or something not going right. It's better to just wrap it up and leave it in the box. And I do get the feeling, and I could be wrong, but I do get the feeling that that's kind of what we've done with the Wyatt Six, is that we could be a lot more adventurous. We could be pushing boundaries. We could be, driving this group forwards. But I think like Triple H is naturally quite safe as a person. No nonsense, keeps it simple, doesn't really like to go too crazy. We've seen that in his booking. That's been one of the criticisms, the lack of OMG moments. So Triple H ain't going to be doing anything adventurous. And then I think you've got Bo, who is also not going to do anything adventurous because he's kind of got this creative that was his brother's. He doesn't want to ruin it. He doesn't want to upset the fans. So he is also kind of tiptoeing around. Everyone's tiptoeing around. Flipping, just take it and do something with it. That's what I would do. I would take risks. I would take gambles. I would do something. And people would not enjoy everything I would do. And people would be like, I can't believe they've done this to Bray's creative. And I wouldn't give a flip. Because do you know what Bray also represented? Bray also represented doing what you believe in, yeah? Not allowing other people to get in your way. That's something Bray represented. And so I would want to kind of honor that by taking this creative and driving it forwards and really exploring these characters. And you know what? I might have to come up with my own stuff because I don't have Bray's vision. I don't have anything that Bray has left me to say where he wanted this to go and what he wanted for these characters. I don't have that info. That sadly passed away when he passed away. But it wouldn't stop me from exploring the characters. It wouldn't stop me from trying to, give the fans the group that I know they want. They want this to be a spooky group, right? That does spooky things, that is going to have really interesting Easter eggs and a bit of depth to the promos, things that you can kind of go, well, he said that, but actually, do you know what? This is from this book. That quote was from this book, and this book is all about a reckoning. It's all about bringing vengeance. So that says to me they're about to bring a reckoning. And, these little references, that's what the fans are looking for. That's the kind of thing the Wyatt Six should do that other teams are not doing. And give them a background like the Firefly Funhouse or Alexa's Playgrounds. Why is there not a house and they've each got a room and we can do like a Nikki promo from her room where she's doing like, do it like on a phone where it's kind of clear that she's like recording it and she's sent it into WWE herself. And you can just pick up on the odd thing in the background. I'd be doing stuff like that. But, well, look, we're not getting that, so it doesn't matter. We might get to something like that eventually, but I don't know when it's coming. I think, honestly, they just got to the point where they were like, we need to just get them on TV. We need to just get the ball rolling. Let's put them in the tag division. Let's get them on TV on a regular basis, and we can always build from there. So maybe a lot of what we said is coming, but it's just, what we've just been through is the reset. That's how it feels. I feel like this year has been the reset. I feel like we tried something big in 2024, and because of injury, we got robbed of it. So they went away. We brought them back, but this is kind of a reset where we just get them on TV, present them as a pretty normal tag team, and then from there we build and, we continue to grow. And so I've still got hopes for the Wyatt Six as a result. But, I totally can understand the frustrations. That group's been around a long time, and we just haven't done anything near as adventurous as what we were hoping for so far. Steve said, you said matches are better than about 10, 15 years ago, but how many people watch for matches? Me, I'm more into the character entrances, themes, music, stories, but that might just be me, said Asib. Well, I think matches are very important. Because, AEW prides themselves on being where the best wrestle. And I think that as a point of difference, they would say they put on the better matches. I think that for a long time, there's been an argument that WWE has always lacked in that department. And I think this is where AEW have kind of come in and looked to kind of fill that void. So, if you are someone that enjoys watching really good wrestling, and I think we all do, if you look at like the reaction to Cena AJ, if you look to the reaction to Cena against Cody at SummerSlam, look at the reaction that the bad match at the main event of WrestleMania got, Cena Cody there. I kind of feel like it does make a difference when we're judging wrestlers. Then obviously presentation is an aspect, promos are an aspect, in ring is an aspect. And I think like with Jay, for example, Jay has got a big entrance. He's got the yeet, he's got the catchphrase, comes through the crowd, the kids love him. He looks great. I know he could be bigger, but he's maximizing his size. He's a pretty average size guy, and he is maximizing that. Like, he's got a really good vibe. It's a bit like a Miami kind of vibe with the colors. He's got like the yeet on like a pink shirt with like blue kind of lettering, and he's got the shades, and he's a cool looking guy. I think presentation wise, he looks good. And I think the yeeting and the hand gesture and the entrance, and I know people get sick of the entrance, but I think presentation-wise, you got to say Jay's ticking a box. And I think promo-wise, he can cut a promo. He's got a couple of lines he can throw in. He's better than Bron Breakker. But I think that, he can get a bit out of breath. That's the problem. I think he's better as a tag guy when it comes to his promos, but it's his matches that let him down. The bell rings, and then the big criticism is that he just doesn't deliver. His match quality is just not that high. So, I mean, for me, I think it is a factor. I think it is important. I don't think it's the be-all and end-all. I don't think it's everything. I think you're right in saying that a lot of people tune in for the superstars, for the look, for the presentation. Like, I totally understand that. But I think that that's also not everything. I think wrestling is made up of a few different areas, like promos, like presentation, like match quality. And I think like you need all of them to kind of be ticked in order to kind of be the next John Cena. I mean, John Cena consistently delivered good matches. One thing you'd say about Cena matches, they always felt big. I mean, JBL would always call him Big Match John. And it's like, yeah, it did feel that way. Cena's matches always felt big. They always felt like they were unmissable. Maybe not always, but by and large they did. And I think they did a really good job, like, of making them, like, producing them so they were entertaining. He has always been an excellent promo, and he's always had a great look. I mean, you need to tick all those boxes to get where you're getting. So what I would say is that I think you can make the I've still got it on screen. I think you can make the comparison, this meme, yeah, where you look at it and you go, it's a bit unfair, but I do get the vibe. I do understand the point. I do understand where this person's kind of coming from, yeah. I do get why this is coming up to nearly 100,000 views, whatever, right? But, you know, there's still some impressive looking people that are around today, right? I mean, I don't think that doesn't strike me as a downgrade at all. I mean, I think Jacob's got serious aura. So, I mean, that feels like it's just there for the sake of, like, making up numbers. So, I think that kind of undoes the argument a bit. But I can see the other ones, right? But, like, I think, okay, if you say that by and large we're not size-wise as impressive as where we were, I would say, yeah, but I'll definitely take the matches now. At some point, the bell's going to ring. And, you know, a good chunk of the shows that we watch are made up by in-ring matches. So, like, I would much rather sit and watch the matches from this generation than the previous generations. I think promos are interesting. Promos, I don't know, actually. I think there's some brilliant promos now. Some brilliant promos that get cut. I mean, Heyman does amazing work. Punk does amazing work. Cena's done really well this year. I think Becky, honestly, has got some good lines. You know, the women definitely. And women's wrestling now as well. If this is going to be a battle of the generations, like which generation is better, these are all the things you have to take into account, aren't they? I don't think you can just put all your stock into one thing and go, oh, well, it sucks now because they don't look as good. Like, I feel like there's other important areas that need to be given recognition, and one of those would be the match quality, so which I think is better now. So, and plus, I still stand by the fact that you've still got Roman Reigns. I mean, we haven't got Roman Reigns on this meme, have we? I mean, Roman's aura is off the chart. So, I mean, you could put Roman Reigns on here and he would stack up well against an Eddie Guerrero, a Batista, an Umaga. Aura-wise, debatable if he was to go up against Undertaker. But I think, you know, aura-wise, he would be, you know, able to certainly match a Kurt Angle. I mean, just think about that pop when his music hits and how many people throw up the ones. But there's no Roman mentioned on here, is there? Like, there are some people around at the moment that I think do stand up well compared to previous generations. You can certainly compare the women. Let's put Io or Rhea up there compared to, you know, previous women. The only one that Rhea might struggle with might be Chyna. But to be honest, I've seen a lot more Rhea matches than Chyna matches that have impressed me. I mean, Chyna's matches were very short. And not that good. I mean, she ironically, she had some good matches with Jericho when we were doing that kind of intergender stuff, but I was not into that personally. And to be honest, I don't think many were, judging by crowd reactions at the time. But anyway, there we go. Right. Daze, have you seen the trailer for the new Carrion documentary? I have, yes. Tibbux. I'm chuffed. He liked my comment. I know it's only a like, but it's from Carrion, said Tibbux. Tibbux, congrats. Yeah, I did. He's got a documentary, hasn't he, after, which is, I think, is it called It's All the Work or something like this? So it's about life after WWE. So, yeah, I wish him all the best. Dean said, Daze, it could have been Kit Wilson that developed the size of Greenland and took out Jacob. I think it could be the ultimate swerve. Seeb said, Daze, don't know about you. I don't think the product can be so predictable nowadays. I don't know if that's because of social media, but we are used to getting things. I didn't expect Jinder being champion. Well, I think there's more and more people that have got sources now. I mean, now you've got like wrestle votes that seem to be very accurate. You've got Sean Ross Sapp, who I know, you know, online tends to respond to his critics, and that seems to generate a bit of negativity. But he's very good at his job. I think he has got sources, I believe, when he says something. And I think like Dave as well is interesting because I actually think I need to do this as a piece of work, to be honest. But I want to start actually, when I do Unseen, putting it in a spreadsheet and keeping tabs as to just how accurate these people are. I mean, Dave has come out with a lot of information recently, and I feel like he has got sources. I don't feel like he just sits there making everything up. I mean, look, he definitely swings and misses. I don't know if that's him making it up or if it's just bad sources, but he definitely gets things correct as well. I have this disagreement with people on X. There's people that get in touch with me and they're like, why do you listen to Dave Meltzer and why do you listen to the dirt sheets? And the answer is because there's enough that I see that is correct to know that they are not just wasting my time. Like, there is enough that they get right. That's frustratingly so, actually. I mean, don't forget, it was rumoured that Elia had been spotted before SmackDown. And so that did the rounds. And then, of course, you find out Elia is on the show. So, you know, that leaked. And that news was proven correct. And so, as a result, you know, that was kind of spoiled a bit, which was really frustrating for me. Because to get that close to the show, to have it spoiled it's a real shame. As I said, I think if it's like the day before or a couple of days before, then I understand, you know, where's that line? If you find out that Elia's returning on Friday, when should you be allowed to say that? And when should it get cut off? When is it best to just let people watch and find out themselves? I mean, if you find out like a minute before he's about to walk out and you go, this is about to be Elia, I just got told, I think rightfully people would be upset with you, because what has that benefited? You've basically ruined the surprise that's literally a minute away from happening. Like, I don't know who would appreciate that. I don't know who would be like, thank you for telling me that, because you've just informed me of something that's going to happen in a minute's time that I'm going to find out myself in a minute. So I think most of us would agree that that would suck. I think most of us would agree that that serves no benefit to anyone. But where is that line? I think that line's going to be in a different place for different people. I think for me, certainly a few hours before the show, I'm not interested. I mean, a few hours before the show, I'm locked in, I'm ready. You know, we start our stream. I'm just not interested at this point finding anything out that's going to be on the show. But I think a day before, 2 days before, for me, that's far enough away where I'm okay with it, you know? But yeah, I think there's enough people around that are getting accurate information. You look at things like PW Insider, you look at people like Dave Meltzer, you look at people like Sean Ross Sapp, like WrestleVotes. You know, there's a chunk of people that are finding out things on a regular basis, and that is leading to more spoilers because there's more sources. So I think, yeah, I don't think the internet has helped. I feel like we're more informed now about what's really going on. And that's obviously interesting in a different way. But I don't know. Some of it definitely can take away from the shows. Like, we are our own worst enemies. Like, it was definitely better when we had more surprises. And I think the reason for that was because there wasn't as many Dave Meltzers around as what we're seeing now, you know? And everything's amplified as well. So, like, for example, if someone said something, you might not see it. But now you've got, like, so many accounts that reshare the information. I mean, even me, I'm guilty of it with Unseen. But to be honest, there's so many people doing it, it's kind of beyond the point now where I could stop doing Unseen. It won't make any difference whatsoever. It will make no difference. I mean, Unseen is like the tiniest tip of a giant iceberg, you know? Unseen gets, what, about 6,000-7,000 views a day? I mean, there's people putting posts out that are getting hundreds of thousands of views a day, just online. I mean, it's just, and that's just for one post. That's just for one piece of news. Whereas Unseen will get 6,000 that's got everything in it. 7,000's got everything in it. So I will accept I'm part of the problem, but I am the tiniest part of the problem. And I'd quite happily stop doing Unseen if everyone agreed they were going to stop doing spoilers. if everyone agreed we're not going to do this anymore because it's not helping wrestling, oh mate, I'll drop Unseen in a heartbeat, no problem. No problem. Plenty of the videos I could do instead. So yeah, I do think that contributes to it being not as fun. Sean said, breaking news, Daze has got the tiniest tip. Yeah, that is breaking news. That is actually breaking news. Johnny said, with the crazy clauses in the contract, I'm surprised that WWE hasn't included something to scare off staff and stars from leaking creative plans. Yeah. Do you know, that's really interesting, actually, that if you're found to kind of leak creative plans, you know, if you was to, you'd be fired. That would be really interesting. I mean, I don't know where these sources are, but you got to remember that you've got people around overhearing conversations all the time. You got makeup girls, you got the ring crew that build the ring, take it down again. You got the pyro guys, you've got costume, wardrobe, runners. You know, people that just go and get drinks. You know, Roman is asked for a coffee. I'm just going to get Roman a coffee. And then off they go to get a coffee, bring the coffee back to Roman. Triple H is busy and Gorilla is just asked if I can grab him a sandwich. They go and get a sandwich. You know, you've got these assistants that are around. And you've got creative themselves. Not only that, you got the wrestlers. I mean, don't forget, there's a lot of wrestlers that get relationships with, like, journalists. Like, I know Michin has got a really good relationship with Sean Ross Sapp. So I'm not saying she's a source, but there are wrestlers that get in with journalists when they are on the indie scene. And then when they get picked up by WWE, that relationship doesn't break down, you know? So, you know, I wouldn't be shocked to find out that wrestlers themselves are actually providing information. So, you know, you got the people that do the lighting, you got the cameraman. I mean, there's just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of different people that, you know, make WWE what it is. There's so many people around that it's like a flipping... It's going to be hard. It's going to be like finding a needle in a haystack as to who's actually leaking this information. So, yeah, I agree. I think if you do leak information, then there should be repercussions because that would kind of nip things in the bud. I think it's hard, though, when it's like a surprise or a return because you got to really hide those people. You got to keep those people out of way. So... You know, it could be that it's not even WWE. I mean, you've got like arena security and people like that as well that can, you know, easily ping messages. I mean, if you're into your wrestling and your arena security and WWE are there and you notice them, what's stopping you grabbing your phone and just pinging a message to Sean or to Dave, just saying, listen, just wanted to give you a heads up. Here's a picture. I just spotted such and such backstage. So, God, I think it'd be really difficult, but I don't know. Yeah, I agree with you. It does feel like there could be more that could be done on that front. I do agree. Brian said, didn't Mia Yim, Sean Ross Sapp wrestle each other? I don't know, but I don't keep an eye on the indies, to be honest. I have no idea. My focus is WWE. It kind of comes onto my radar when they get to NXT, when they get signed to WWE ID. When it comes to like keeping an eye on indies and stuff like that, to be honest, I just don't. The indie scene, I feel like, has changed drastically. Before the pandemic, there was quite a few indie promotions. There feels like there's a lot less now. So yeah, there was some big ones that were kind of floating around, but obviously Ring of Honor has found its way to AEW. Evolve has gone and is now like a show within WWE. I know Beyond is still going, but was it Wrestling Circus is kind of no more. There's a few that have closed actually. So yeah, my knowledge of indie wrestling is not that strong, to be honest. Right, what time is it? Right, we got 39 minutes, and then we will be underway. Is there any news or anything that's maybe dropped in that we need to be aware of? It looks like Kendall Gray's done a bit of a interview loop. She's got a few interviews out today. Yeah, John Cena was at the Performance Center, just giving advice to the emerging talent. We've got some pictures as well. This is pretty fun. Of Indy. There's Indy with Dexter. She said, when you can maintain an amicable relationship with your ex. So proud. So there we go. There's Indy and Dexter at the Haunted Horror Nights. It's pretty fun. It's pretty good. Pop that in the old fun folder. And I think that's about it, really. Not a great deal at the moment. Okay. Hello, Wrestle with Andy. Hello. I've got a new suited Cody Future with OG title from the 60s at Smith's today. You've got a new suited Cody. Oh. 70s. That's the one that I think was that not the belt that Cody won? Dusty. So that's the one that's got the eagle on it. And I don't remember the year that came in, but I know that was the end of the 70s when it was superstar Billy Graham's belt. And yeah, there's a couple in the 60s. The one that I've got the replica of. And then there's the Bruno belt. I don't think they've ever made the Bruno belt. The Bruno belt is the belt Bruno moves to very quickly. That first one that I've got, I mean, it's just down here still. This one, which I know people have seen, but that's the first WWE Championship, yeah? So that is the very first one from 63. That's not around very long. I think like by 64, it's changed to Bruno's belt, which is kind of like rectangle, sort of, a bit like the AEW belt, like a rectangle. That's the Bruno belt. I don't know when he has that till. I mean, he loses the belt, doesn't he, around 69, 70. And then the belt gets redesigned, and that's where it's got that sort of like bird on. So that's the one I think that comes with Cody, the Cody figure. And that is because Cody told the story, didn't he, about how Dusty had won that belt. Well, he'd won the match and held the belt up, but it wasn't his belt because, unfortunately, he won by count out, and it was still superstar Billy Graham's belt. So, yeah, amazing. Amazing. I don't have that belt, you know. I started collecting, I mean, Wrestle with Andy knows this. I started collecting the wrestling figures because I wanted the belts. And, you know, having all of the world championships, WWE championships, I mean, that's such a great thing to get into collecting to do. To have, like, you know, from the very first one going all the way through. They haven't done the Bruno one yet, though. I have not seen a Mattel figure with the Bruno belt, but they have released Bruno with that one, but it's in a 4-pack. Then there's no Bruno belt. Then the next design after that, I believe, is the one that you're referring to, which I don't have. So I might have to get down to the shops to pick that up, to be honest. And then after that, we go into the Hogan belts, which is like the Hogan 84, Hogan 85, Hogan 86. And they've done some of those, but they have not. I don't think they've done all of those. I know we got the 86, and I think there's an 84, but I don't think they've. No, they've done the 85 and the 86, but I don't think they've done the 84. So, yeah, there's a few that they still need to do of those early ones, but that's great. I didn't know that was out yet. So, yeah, that's great. Cody in a suit with that belt. And again, I think the reason why he's got it is because that's the belt that Dusty had the picture of, which is the story that Cody tells us the night after he returned at WrestleMania 38. And that was kind of the basis of finishing the story. Here's the story. And this is me now going to finish the story. The story is no one in my family has ever won the WWE Championship. The photo that my dad had at home was him holding the WWE Championship. And I said to him when I was 8, I didn't know you had won that, like Hogan. And he said, well, I won the match, but I didn't actually win the belt. I won it by count out. So I never actually won the belt. And Cody said, in that moment, I knew I was going to win the WWE title so that I could bring it back to my dad. That was the story that Cody needed to finish. So that would be why Cody comes with that belt. Yeah. That's great. That's great. Suzanne said, it reminds me of an episode of Saturday Night Live. They had a woman pretending to be Natalie Cole singing with dead people. Then she was singing with Tammy Wynette. Only at the time she was alive. Suzanne, thank you. Kelly says, people, there are 936 people, but we've only got 63 likes. Get to hitting the thumbs up. Kelly, shout out to you. Benny said, do we think who booked better, the tag division, Vince or Triple H? I think it's always hard, isn't it, to compare the two, because with Vince, you're going from, 83? I mean, you're going all the way from there to 2022. So, I mean, there's times where Vince has booked the tag division brilliantly, where you've got, think about the late 80s and the amount of teams we had. Demolition, Legion of Doom, all of those teams, Heart Foundation, British Bulldogs, Rockers, blah, blah, blah. Amazing. Loved it. Or you could go 2000s with the Hardys and the Dudleys and Edge and Christian and all of those guys. Amazing. Or you could even go with New Day and Shield and Usos, and that period was quite good as well. So, I mean, how do you compare? Because if you go by those periods, you go, well, Vince was amazing. But then there's the periods in between that are mid, that aren't very good, where it was all flat and dull, and the teams weren't that great. It was like B Team, Heath Slater and Rhino, people like this, and the teams weren't that interesting. And so it was mixed bag. This is why comparing with Vince is very difficult, because, to be honest, he's been pretty good and pretty bad at everything at some point. WWE has been hot, but it's also been cold. Tag division has been hot, but it's also been cold. The women's division, I mean, you got to say, the women's evolution started under Vince. That started in 2015. Vince was in charge. Vince was there when we really started to break down the barriers. Plus also, again, he did have, we mentioned it earlier, China as Intercontinental Champion. He was doing that back when, 99, 2000s. He had a woman as his Intercontinental Champion. So you kind of look at these different things as being hot and cold rather than just consistent. And so it's very hard to compare. I mean, what I would say is I think even Triple H is hot and cold, because SmackDown has been really good, tag division. Raw has been atrocious. So even he has been a mixed bag. So I don't think you can compare, honestly, because it depends what you'd be comparing to. And you've only got a very, very small... I mean, Triple H has been booking for, 3 years? I mean, that's just... How do you compare Vince's 40 years to Triple H's 3? So, yeah, I don't think you can compare. But what I can say is that the SmackDown tag division right now is good, or was good. The Raw one sucks. Daze, hello. Do you have a contract with WWE? No. You deserve one. You are the best, said Abdul. Thank you, my friend. No, don't have one. Never had one. Nope. The only thing I've ever done with WWE is they did get in touch with me to say, would you like to have a chat with a couple of the wrestlers when they come to the UK? We can organise it so that you could interview them and put the content on your channel. We just need to check it before you post it. And that was in 2019, before the pandemic. And I was like, wow, that's amazing. Yeah, brilliant. Thank you. So they... allowed me to go to Smith's in London, and actually once the fans had met Cesaro, I didn't know who it was going to be, it turned out to be Cesaro. Once the fans had met Cesaro, I got a chance to do a chat with him in a quick video, and he was amazing. It was such a lovely person, so friendly, really great. There is a video on the on the channel where we do a quick little kind of toy hunt. He grabs figures, talks about them. I was really pleased with it. Stressful, though, because I am so used to going out with a phone and filming that actually trying to have a tripod and a camera and trying to like do something professional is so far out of my comfort zone that it was flipping stressful. I mean, I had to make sure the sound was working, the picture was recording. Ugh, I hated that. That was the worst part. Was like, I remember once it was over just thinking, I hope I've got the footage. I hope that worked. I hope it recorded. I hope the sound is good. And that was my big concern. Like, everything else I just didn't care about, but I just hoped that everything had been captured. Thankfully, it did. I think if you look at it now, you can see the quality is not 100%. It's probably like 85. Because I was using a different camera. I probably did not have it on the best of settings. But I did the best I could, honestly. That was stressful. So, yeah, they allowed me to do that. And then I had to jump on a train from London, go up to Sheffield. And I think I stayed the night in Sheffield. And then the next day, I was in a Argos store with Braun Strowman. And again, the fans met Braun. And I got an opportunity to just have a conversation with Braun. So I've got like those 2 videos on the channel. And what was crazy actually was I think Braun was on the Tuesday. And because as I said, I went up, stayed the night, and then I did the Braun one. And that was the day after The Fiend had shown himself. So The Fiend had, like, you know, Bray was like, do you want to know a secret? And then he reveals The Fiend in the Funhouse. Well, that was in London that aired. And then the next day I go up and I get to speak to Braun. And to be honest, I was probably one of the first people to speak to Braun about, wow, what do you think about what Bray's doing with the Funhouse? And, you know, that's in that little interview. Now, if I was to do it different or do it now, of course, you know, I'd be making shorts, which I never did. I would be a bit more focused on digging into his thoughts about, like, the Funhouse and all that kind of stuff, which I just really touched on it. I didn't really go into any detail. Again, I was stressing that the camera was going to work and everything, but no, I mean, there was no contract for that or anything. It literally was an email where it's like, would you like to come and speak to these two? I can, you know, get you to have a couple of minutes with them. And that was it. That's the only thing I've ever done with WWE. I'm trying to think if that's true. I'm trying to think if there is anything else. I don't think there is. When I did Wrestling Shop Live the first time, there was a company that was working with Wrestling Shop that was Kids Magazine, WWE Kids Magazine. But they are not technically WWE. They just make magazines, and they had the rights to use WWE branding and pictures and everything. So it wasn't WWE. It was a company that made magazines that worked with WWE. And they got in touch, and they were like, we saw you at Wrestling Shop Live, and we'd like to, you know, have like a segment in the magazine where you kind of talk about wrestling. And I was like, yep, no problem. We can definitely do that. So I was doing that for a couple of years with them. And there's lots of kids magazine reviews on the channel, but that wasn't WWE technically. That was a company that worked with WWE. So yeah, a little bit of behind the scenes stuff, but no contract. Puffheim said, hopefully Seth has got a good recovery from this injury. I just hate it when wrestlers get injured and we don't see them for a while. Alex's Fun Time said, what do you guys think about Austin Theory joining the Vision? Could he fit in or shake things up? So that's Alex asking you guys. Feel free to respond to Alex in the chat. Mayor Pete said, I applied for a senior VP role at TKO working for WWE. It's a slight long shot, but who knows? Taker 1990 said, Daze, Drew Mackin crier is always complaining. He and Seth complained non-stop about Punk since he returned. Cody is fed up with his accusations and complaining all the time. He could be, yes. But I think to attack someone with no evidence is obviously not a good look. I understand that Cody is just convinced that he did it. I understand that he is someone that fits the profile, but I don't think it was Drew that attacked Jacob. I think the one thing Drew has constantly said to us is that, you know, love me or hate me, I always tell it like it is. And that is one thing. I don't agree with Drew's perspective. I don't think the way that Drew sees things is correct, but I do agree with him on that. He tells us his truth, how he perceives things. He does tell us that. He point blank said, I did not attack Jacob, right? There is no other way of kind of spinning that. I mean, the only thing could be if he got someone else to attack Jacob, right? So he didn't do it, but he got someone else to do it. But he said, I did not attack Jacob. I believe him. I believe him. But Cody did not. And like a bull in a china shop, just started going after Drew. Didn't really think straight. Said, you know, if you want a match, I'll give you a match. And that was it. We were off. So I think that was a mistake by Cody. I think that it was quite exciting. I think that, you know, he's showing a bit of aggression. He's showing a bit of an edge. But honestly, I don't know what the perception's going to be when it turns out it's not Drew. I don't know how people are going to view Cody's actions then. So it's interesting. They've got a plan. There's a story being told here. I'm very interested to see where it's going. Some people think it's going to lead to Cody being a heel, and it absolutely could. There is a way forward with that. I don't know that that's where we're going, but there is a way forward with that. I've always been a detractor of Theory, mostly because I just don't see the game-changing talent, said LS Dub. His look is good, but that's about it. If they're going to give Theory another crack, he needs to be a babyface, said LS Dub. Jacob said, I think Randy is the attacker. He's a snake, making it seem like it's Drew, but then he'll turn on Cody. Bomb said, WWE need Theory on SmackDown. Keegan said, I'm obeying the rules. I'm just explaining how I felt and what was going on. Don't know what that's in relation to. The situation with Becky's status within the division is going to be interesting. Is she going to be the leader? Oh, she's surely out. How could she remain in a group that has just attacked her husband? I mean, if they were not married, not in a relationship, then, you know, yes, she could stay. But that's the father of her daughter. That is her husband. Like, she is out of that group. Surely she is out of that group. I don't know. I tell you, it'll be very interesting. She can't not talk about it, though, can she? So I'll be very interested to see what she's got to say, but I don't expect her to remain in the group. Scotty said, Cody attacked Jacob, I reckon. Hope you're well. Scotty, shout out to you. So Scotty thinks it was Cody. Marveland said, need Theory on tonight. Need that more than air. So Marveland is hoping for Theory. Nick said, the streams elevate the experience of watching WWE. Well, thank you, Nick. I appreciate that, but we just chuck around thoughts, theories, comments, and just, you know, just chat about wrestling. Do we think Punk walks out of Saturday night's main event as champion, says Neil? I think it depends who he's facing, to be honest. I think there is a chance that he could, but equally, I think that the chase is where the money is. Historically, if you're a babyface, it's better to be chasing the belt than to actually have the belt. It's hard to look at Cody. It's hard to book a babyface title run that's going to keep the fans invested. Fans love to see people achieve their dreams. But actually, once that dream is achieved, it is a step down after that. We know this. I mean, this is true many, many times. We've seen Daniel Bryan win the championship, and granted, he had to forfeit it very quickly after. But, for the brief period that we did get of Daniel Bryan as champion, it was fine. But, I mean, it was not as exciting, obviously, as him trying to win that belt. Same with Cody, exactly the same. And, I think the same is going to be very true of Sami. Sami is a fantastic wrestler. I think he can definitely bring great matches. But if the creative is going to be mid, and let's face facts, it probably is, then Sami is much better trying to chase being champion than actually trying to have a babyface title run. So I think with like Punk, that would be the concern, would be that you can put the belt on Punk, but it's better to have him chasing than it is to give him the babyface run, So there's a chance. I'd like to know who he's against, though. I would not be shocked if it's Bron Breakker, and I would not be shocked if they give Bron the win. Because they're invested in Bron. They keep telling us they see him as a multiple-time WrestleMania main eventer. They keep telling us that they see him as being this big deal. And so, gotta hear what they're saying, gotta listen to what they're saying. They're saying this is the guy. Why wait? Why not put the belt on him and, make him the guy? They absolutely could do that with CM Punk chasing him, Jay chasing him, LA Knight chasing him. Yeah. So, I'd like to know who it's against first. I'd like to know who that challenger is going to be. Neil said also, I think AJ Lee is going to cost Becky the title tonight. Cadet said Kofi Kingston went back to throwing pancakes after he lost in 5 seconds. Yeah, that's another example, isn't it? I mean, Kofi Mania was fantastic, but then once he won the title, it did kind of lose a bit of momentum. I mean, people like to see moments, and achieving a goal like winning a championship is obviously more exciting than just keeping that championship, So you've got to be really creative once someone has won a title. What's that next goal? I think if you are a babyface champ, it's probably a really good idea to set a target. It's probably a really good idea to set a goal that everyone can understand you are aiming for. If you're Cody, then, maybe there's a certain amount of days that you're trying to get to. Having the belt is amazing, but now that you've got it, you're trying to get to this point, or you're trying to achieve this, or whatever it might be. For example, if Cody had won it at SummerSlam, rather than WrestleMania, he might say, I want to go into WrestleMania as champion. My goal is to keep this belt until at least WrestleMania, because I want to go in as champ. I'm not looking to lose this thing, but that is something that I really want to achieve. And so at least it gives you something else then to get behind. He's got another goal. He's got another vision. He's got another ambition. And so that gives the fans something to get behind. Whereas really, once they've achieved winning the title, normally it's just bobs along, I mean, that's what happened with Cody, wasn't it? He finished the story and then there was nothing else, which was very, very frustrating. Very frustrating. And, he just had the belt and then just had this mid-run. People turned on Cody, but there wasn't anything that he was trying to achieve. It was just bobbing along. So that would be the downside in CM Punk winning it at Saturday night's main event is, we all want to see that run. But, maybe he could win it and then he could say his goal is to try and beat his previous run, which I think was 400 odd days, wasn't it? So he could say that he is then trying to beat that, and then that sets a new target, and then he's got all these people coming after him. I don't know, something like that maybe, but I'd like to know who he faces first. I think there is a chance they just pulled the trigger on Bron Breakker. Brony said if Braun is going to be world champ, that might result in Raw viewers going under 200,000. If WWE is fine with that, then they should absolutely give him the title and let the company die. Well, I'd like to think that there's other reasons to tune in rather than who's got the top title, you know? I mean, if Roman's going to be around on the show, that's views are going to be fine, aren't they? Plus, also, you got the Asuka story and Kyrie, which I think is really interesting. Jimmy and Jay, don't know what's going on there with Roman, but we know it's building towards Survivor Series. So, I mean, we got a couple of, we've done, wasn't it John's final SmackDown appearance? So I think actually we got a couple of John Cena Raw appearances coming up. So, I mean, I think when it comes to the World Heavyweight title, that is, if you've got that belt, you're not the face of the company. Like we've said before, that the next step up is the WWE Championship. So I think WWE Champion is the person that is the face of the company. I think you can take risks with who you put that belt on. I mean, Jesus, we had the belt on Damian Priest. We had the Raw belt, that World Heavyweight Championship. We put it on Damian Priest. Well, he ain't got no aura. He ain't got no massive following, has he? So I would say that was a mistake, but we did it. So if they really believe in Bron Breakker, if they are serious that this is a guy they're going to back, they're going to get behind, they're going to push, like they really do believe in him, then, you know, I think it's very realistic. I think that it's very realistic. I don't know that they wanted to get here so soon. Word on the street is they were going to break the vision up, but it wouldn't have been for another 12 months or so. So I don't know that they wanted to get here this quickly, but sometimes you got to roll with the punches, haven't you? I mean, he has just done a massive statement, and that is he has murked Seth Rollins, and he has made it very clear that he wants that World Heavyweight Championship. He cannot faff around in the mid-card now. He just can't. The only thing you could do is just distract him with a feud. But once that's done, I mean, I don't know what you're going to do. Another feud. I mean, he's told us he's interested in being world champion. And he clearly feels like now is the time. So he's got to be in contention. He's got to be. Whether he's ready or not, obviously, we're going to have to wait and see, but he's got to be in contention. Ellis Stubbs said WWE's main event scene has lacked necessary fire and newness that Braun would bring. Putting the strap on Punk is right in line with Triple H's style. Booking trends is good, though, and Braun does that. Opala said, from anyone here that's from England, my nan had the audacity, that's a nice word, audacity, to say that every morning at 7 a bin man comes round and fines people for having a dirty bin. Opala, hope you are well. Audacity is a nice word. Steve said, we saw this with AEW. Once MJF had the belt, viewers declined drastically, and they have been in the same situation ever since. They had Omega, Ospreay, Punk, Danielson all around. So are you saying the same is true, like about it's fun to chase, but when you've actually got it, it's harder? Because, I mean, I agree, if that's what we're saying. I think chasing is where the money is. Actually, once you've got the belt on someone, that's the hard thing. We have said this before, though, and I really do stand by this. I think that if you work in creative, you should be judged not so much on certain aspects, but on the harder aspects. So, for example, if like someone worked for me, if I was in charge of creative, and I said to someone, right, I want Sammy to get to the title next year. Can you book that for me, right? And they go away, they book it. I would expect that to be good, okay? And I would expect that to be entertaining and twists and turns, and I'd expect the crowd to be enjoying it because I know that chasing a title is, you know, what baby faces do best. So telling someone to go and do that, I feel like you could give that to someone relatively new. It's a hard thing to mess up, actually. So a babyface trying to chase a title, go and do that, right? But I think when you get your more experienced writer and you go, right, as soon as he does get the belt, I need you to book it and make it interesting. That's harder. I know that's harder. If they can make that work, I've got a lot more respect for the writer that has booked the run than I have the writer that has booked the chase, because that is harder than that. So for me, like, I think that like, I understand delaying champions, babyface champions. I understand kicking that can down the road. I understand if you've got the option of, do we go Punk or Braun, you might want to go Braun because Punk can keep chasing. There's money in that. There's money in Sammy chasing. There's money in all these people, like, constantly trying to climb this mountain. And at the mountaintop, you've just got the heel who's just being awful. And, you know, like Gunther, and you had Jay chasing him. And, you know, like CM Punk was then chasing him later in the year. And that's kind of an easier thing to book. But I think at some point, creative has got to grab the thistle and, you know, actually make it work. They've got to find a way of actually delivering the hard thing to deliver. Like, that's what you would be judged on more so in my mind. You can keep kicking the can down the road, but at some point you're going to run out of road. And so you've got to do it. You've got to pull the trigger. I don't know when we do that. I don't know when we put a belt on Sammy or put a belt on CM Punk and give them a run. But I can understand keep kicking it down the road. That's the easy thing to do. That's the uncreative thing to do. So I understand doing it. But yeah, it'd be better if they actually pulled the trigger and, like, you know, show that they can book a babyface run. Long Beach Hippie said, tonight on Raw, there could be a battle royal. Jess said, feel bad for Seth. Not a big fan of LA Knight, but Drew deserves a proper world title run the most. Jess, hello. Long Beach Hippie, hello. Up Alert said, after all the gas, just numbers and loves stirring the pot to ban people. Jordan said, Daze, I just got my first tattoo. Oh, hello. First tattoo of my favourite wrestler. And that's The Fiend. Oh. R.I.P. Getting ready for Halloween. It was painful, but it was worth it. It cost me 130 quids. Wow. Very good, my friends. If you get a picture, ping it over. I'll put it in unseen. So, very nice. I've seen a few people get, like, Fiend tattoos. I think it's cool. I think The Fiend is obviously a great one to get. I do worry sometimes about, like, you know, people getting wrestler tattoos. I think The Fiend is fine. But, like, oh, God, wrestlers, they're so unpredictable. You know, if you got a Hogan tattoo in the 90s... you know, would you be as pleased with it now in the 2000s? Maybe you would. Maybe you would. I mean, there's still plenty of Hogan fans around, of course. But I don't know. That's the kind of gamble you run, isn't it, when you get those kinds of tattoos? I think you'll be fine with that one, though. But yeah, like, you know, anyone that got, say, like a Benoit tattoo or something. Oof. That is... that is the concern, but yours will be fine with The Fiend. I think that's a real good one to get. Okay. Why is that doing that? That is so annoying. Don't know why it's doing that. Okay, whatever. What time is it? We got 4 minutes. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Let's That's what I wanted. Okay, Daze, will you be getting GTA 6 when it comes out? No, buds. No, I do not have the time, unfortunately. I would love to kind of get into things like that, but I just do not have the time for those kinds of things. That is such a big commitment. Seriously big commitment. I couldn't do that. I know it's getting closer though, isn't it? I mean, I think it's early next year. So I feel like it's getting pretty close. I'd imagine they'll be flipping no one around when that game comes out. Everyone's going to be off playing it. Days with Horizon Zero Dawn PlayStation game being made into a movie. I think Becky would be great as Aloy. Aloy is the character players control. Okay, I'll have to believe you. Let's move that over there. Days, I'm planning on getting an arm sleeve. I'm aiming on getting like a Hindu swastika. Some don't understand the difference between the German swastika and the Hindu swastika. Well, I think if you do get that, then you are obviously going to run the risk of that confusion, aren't you? So that is probably a conversation that and as well as that, you're probably going to get into some situations as well. Because, you know, there are people that are going to look at that and are going to make judgments without asking you about it. So you would have to factor that in. I think if you felt that it was something that you really wanted and you felt that it was worth the potential hassle and it was just something you really believed in, well then, yeah, go for it. But I wouldn't. For that reason, I wouldn't. Because, well, to be honest, I just wouldn't feel like I needed it on my body. I don't have any tattoos. I don't have any issue with people that do have tattoos, of course. I know many of you out there do, but I don't know. I've never really felt the need to put something onto my body. If I like it, I like it. Like I like WWE. I love WWE. I don't feel a need to put their logo on my body. So, yeah, I don't know. Tattoos just never been a thing in my life. But I get it. I mean, there's plenty of wrestlers that have tattoos, and the sleeves do look cool, to be honest. I've always liked Randy's arm sleeves. I've always thought they look good. And listen, I'm getting very close to a midlife crisis. So I can very easily change my tune very quickly. You know, it might be very soon you tune in and I'm just covered in tattoos. Okay, we are just moments away. LS Dub said, someone will have to pay me an obscene amount of money to get a tattoo of any company. That's true. I just worry. I've said before, haven't I? I just worry that meanings change, things change. I just worry about that. Okay, we are about to get underway then. Let's go, said Dominik. Countdown is done, but the show has not yet started on Netflix. Jackson, shout out to you, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Mario said, I've been a tattoo artist for 30 years. I've told certain wrestlers not to get tattooed, says Mario. Well, I definitely don't want to get the wrong impression out there. I think that tattoos can look great. I think there is definitely a place for them in the world, and I think there's some very lovely, very sentimental tattoos. But, yeah, I don't have any. It's not something that has ever, you know, there's always just been a few concerns around it for me. Not the pain or anything like that, but just, I don't know, do I want this thing on me forever? I don't know. Personal taste in it. Okay, here we go then. We are, I don't even know where we are, Sacramento, I think. So, yeah, I believe we're over in Sacramento. It's a nice looking arena. The Golden One Center. Okay, we're starting things off. Maybe with Adam Pearce. I actually don't know what's opening the show. This is where Maxxine is from. Jay said, unpopular opinion, but getting a celebrity tattoo seems stupid. To each their own, but it's not family, and I'm not going to do it, said Jason. Yeah, that's fair. No, I think there's a lot of people that have that opinion. James said, good evening, or day, or wherever you are. Evening. Ace said, Jacob Fatu's hometown. Yeah. Yeah, that I mean. Let's go. Opola said, I'm going to be okay with educating people that the Hindu swastika means a lot to me in my religion. It's difficult, but it means much. But I do understand where you are coming from. Yeah, I just think that has to be took into consideration. That's all. Because I think you will have people asking you questions and conversations and, as long as you go into it knowing that and that's something that you are, happy to engage in, then, yeah, go for it. Wrestling Russ said, Daze, you look so hot and sexy tonight. Thank you, my friends. I feel that way as well. Personal taste, of course. I'm very lucky. Tattooing has been my life, says Mario. Well, Mario, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. I think there's some brilliant tattoos. As I said, I mean, like, if you lose a loved one and, like a lot of those kind of sentimental tattoos and stuff, totally get those. What if Gunther took over the Vision, said Jackson. Well, part of the problem is that Braun has kind of broken away from Seth, and seemingly because he wants to be the guy. I mean, there's some footage that emerged earlier that WWE posted of Braun saying there can only be one, and I'm the one. And of course, at the end of the show, he's holding up the World Heavyweight title. So, I mean, he's making no bones about what he's interested in and what he wants. He wants to be the man. So I just think it's hard to bring in someone like Gunther as a leader because, well, Braun ain't going to listen. Braun ain't interested in listening. Braun ain't interested in being like second in command anymore. Like he is now all about actually being the guy. So I think if they do bring someone else into the Vision, as we kind of said last week, it changes the Vision now into, well, I don't know if they've got to listen to Braun or if they're going to be like equal members. I mean, Braun clearly wants to be the guy. I know that much. Whether, though, he's going to be bossing Bronson around and bossing anyone out, I don't know yet. We haven't seen the dynamic. So, but what I do know is bringing in Gunther and having Braun standing in the background, that ain't happening. Gunther would have to come in and be an equal. I don't know that I see that either. Right, here we go. Lillian Garcia. Okay, here's Adam Pearce. We're about to get an update. And this, I think, is going to be a big update. Welcome. Oh, my God, he's giving a bit of extra. Yeah. Oh, we were going to do a physical update, but a vehicle has arrived. Looks like Heyman is in the front, so I'm guessing this is going to be Braun and Bronson. Yeah, you can see World Heavyweight Championship in the vehicle as well. There's the belt. There is Bron Breakker. Kind of like him with that jacket. There's Heyman. There's Bronson. So here is the Vision. The Vision have arrived. Heyman, of course, with these two. So are we just going to watch as these guys are going to make their way out? Because we haven't had any announcement yet. Okay, so here is Braun, here is Bronson, here is Heyman. They get out the car, they go walking through Gorilla, they go out into the arena. It was kind of fun watching a couple of women backstage on, like, legit on the phone. Okay. The Vision have made their way out. Division. There's a sign that says Vision with a line put through that says Division. Right. But Daze, they should add Theory to the Vision, said Jackson. Okay, Braun making his way up the steps. How much longer before Paul just breaks dead? You mean the Braun Vision? Well, it could be the Braun Vision. Okay, get in the ring. Heyman. Braun, Bronson. Here's Adam Pearce. Here we go. So they knew Seth was injured anyway, but they didn't know how bad. Here we go. As of right now. So Seth has vacated the title and it is official. Adam Pearce has announced Seth Rollins has been stripped. Okay. Saturday night's main event is where we're crowning the new champ. CM Punk. Battle Royal. Okay, this is going to be interesting because we got a Battle Royal and the winner of that Battle Royal is going to face CM Punk. Tell you what, this is a great Raw to have tickets to, isn't it? Where you're going to get to see a Battle Royal. That was the news that was doing the rounds before the show. So Seth has vacated the championship. Battle Royal tonight. Winner of the Battle Royal will go on to face CM Punk. Adam Pearce said that no longer belongs to Seth and it sure as hell doesn't belong to you. Bron Breakker has got that World Heavyweight Championship and he smiles. So the belt has been vacated. What if I don't? Says Bron Breakker. I would have preferred a miniature tournament, but a battle royal is what it is, said Alistair. Jordan said, we knew that Seth was going to be stripped, but will he bring it back at WrestleMania? Will he bring it back at WrestleMania? I don't know what you mean. He's been stripped of the belt, so he's not champ anymore. Bron Breakker says, show me some respect. Show me some respect. Are they chanting "This is awesome"? I think we've got a "This is awesome" chant. Oh no, hand it over. Hand it over. Hand it over. I thought it was "This is awesome." Bron Breakker. CM Punk chants. I'm glad that he let that breathe then. He was just about to speak. CM Punk chant started and he just stopped. Say, please. David said, Sammy or Monet win the battle and beat Punk. Monet. As in Mercedes Monet, so she can add another belt to her collection. Bron Breakker says, say, please. Adam Pearce says, please. That wasn't so hard, was it? He's going to hit him. What's he going to do? Bron Breakker hands the belt to Heyman. So Bron Breakker is... Well, he's being very disruptive. What a very disruptive young man this is. Heyman hands the belt over to Adam Pearce. We got there eventually. Adam Pearce walks past Bron Breakker. Bron Breakker did nothing. Mate, after all of that, he just slightly inconvenienced Adam Pearce. That was it. That's what he did. Okay, here's Paul. Why? Why is everyone so mad at us? I don't think we are we? Are we mad at them? I don't feel mad at them. Ah, he's talking about Unreal. We're the bad guys. We're the villains. What did we do? The Vision had nothing to do with Seth Rollins. Interesting that he mentions Unreal, isn't it? Not sure how people are going to feel about that. Because that's blurring it quite a bit. I always knew that Bronson was better than Roman. Bron goes over, gives Bronson a hug. That's started OTC chants. OTC. OTC. 3 titles past SmackDown. You can't get them all. You can't get them all along the PLE on TV. To be honest, this segment from The Vision isn't any different from what we've been getting, said Dr. Luchalala. Yeah, I agree. Mid. All right, Seth isn't a visionary. He isn't a revolutionary. Not with that bum's shoulder. A bum, shoulder, biatch. Winners write history, and these are the winners. I like this look for Bron Breakker. This look for Bron Breakker looks so much better. I like this jacket. He looks cool. Actually, just making him look cool helps. A bum, shoulder, biatch. By the way, welcome to Monday Night Raw. Thank you. That was all a bit mids. Right, Big Migs Gaming said, same opening for 3 months. The vision is just boring, said Big Migs Gaming. Yeah. The original visionary, Rick Martel, should win the Battle Royal, said David. I haven't seen him forever. It'd be lovely to see him, actually. Be good to get him under a Legends deal. Would have thought something would have changed after last week's epic ending, but it's the same spiel from Heyman, said Danny. Do you know what I was thinking, right? I was thinking how fun it is. Just going to take this off for a second. I was thinking how fun it was that Heyman is making out that this is part of the plan when it was clearly not part of the plan, in the sense of, you know, he's talking about how Seth is a bum shoulder biatch, right? And he's talking about how Seth was never really the leader or anything. But if you just go back 7 days, Bron Breakker attacked Seth and Heyman was shocked. He was stood there, like, absolutely stunned. Like, he didn't know this was going to happen. He wasn't in on it. And actually, Bron went over to him and was like, are you with me or are you against me? Like, are you joining us or are you not joining us? You're in or you're out. And Heyman had to make a decision. I just think it's so great for his character. It's so Paul Heyman. That fast forward 7 days, and here he is kind of spinning it now, going, Seth was never great. Seth was always the weak link. And it's like, hang on, last week you weren't thinking this. Oh, you certainly weren't acting on it if you was thinking it. Wasn't your idea to attack Seth. It was Bron that attacked Seth, and you just went along, you've gone along for the ride. But that is Heyman, isn't he? Is the schemer. He, you know, tries to make the best of whatever situation he's in. So he's in this situation. It might not be the situation he intended to get himself into, but he's in this situation. And now he's trying to make the best of it. So, yeah, it's like we never needed Seth. He was rubbish. He was broken. He was never the visionary. That was kind of going through my head. Hello, we're backstage with the Judgment Day. Oh, you just had to open your mouth, didn't you? Picture of Liv in the background. I've beat AJ twice. JD said he's got hands full cleaning up Dominik's mess. Here's Roxanne. Don't let it get to you. Little moment there with Roxanne and Dom. We can definitely build on that. Okay, so AJ and Dragon are coming out. Dragon Lee, so it's going to be a tag title match. Let's do a poll, shall we? See if you lot think we could get new champs here. Don't forget, in the chat there is a little questionnaire if you want to answer some very easy questions. Just kind of helps for our stream on Wednesday. Okay, who leaves as champions? Who leaves as champions? AJ Styles and Dragon Lee, or Judgment Day? Judgment Day. There we go. Okay, 20 minutes in. Show is... Well, listen, it was a big open because of the announcements, but it wasn't the most captivating. Sign in the crowd for Kathy Kelly. Kathy Kelly just retweeting that. And maybe a little bit of something with Roxanne and Dominik. I am expecting that to build as we get closer to Liv's return. Let's move that there. Let's take that down. Lovely. It's time for AJ freaking Styles, said Catherine. Will they win the tag belts? Well, we've got the poll up. Let's see what you lot think. Opala said Daze wouldn't take that. Daze would lay the smack down. What do you think? You against Braun in a street fight? Well, I'd mess him up. We all know that. I do think, though, that was not a great look for Braun. I mean... Just sort of, you know, being a little bit of a nuisance. It's just so petty. Like, what was the strategy? What was the plan? I mean, the way Heyman was looking at Braun, it was like, oh, what's he going to do here? Where's this going to go? Is he going to hit him? And then he just handed the belt to Heyman. Heyman handed it back, and Braun was like, that's right. I'm a troublemaker. And it's like, look at that. That was you've had all week, and that's what you've come up with. What we'll do, right, is he's going to say that Seth's got to forfeit the belt. So what we'll do is when he's in the ring saying that the belt will arrive, we'll go to the ring. Bear with me, right? I've got this all planned. We'll go to the ring, right? He'll say, give me the belt. And what I'm going to do, right, is I'm not going to give him the belt, right, because that's what he wants. I'm going to say please. And he won't like that. And then he'll say please. And then what I'm going to do, Heyman, if you can be here, Paul, because what I'm going to do, I'm going to hand you the belt instead. You look at his face. He's going to be livid. That's your plan. Well, that's genius, isn't it? Perhaps Seth was the visionary if this is the amazing plans that the Vision's going to come up with now. Like, there was nothing better than that. I mean, I'm guessing he's in the Battle Royal, but wouldn't it have made sense for him to have argued that he should be in the match because he took the champ out? I'm the reason this belt has been vacated. I should be in the match. I don't even remember there being an argument about him being in the match. Instead, it's like there's going to be a battle royal, and I feel like Braun was like, okay, fine. I mean, you could make the argument that that's just supreme confidence. He's so confident he's going to win the battle royal, he's not bothered. But, I don't know, it just strikes me as a really strange, no plan whatsoever. Like, we took out Seth, and now we've rocked up, and that's what they came up with. That would be the area I would say is probably the weakness from that first segment, was that, you know, I'm waiting for this great plan. Okay, you've murked the leader. So what's the plan? You're the leader now. What are you going to do? And that's what you did. Listen, you do you. Right, we've just been at commercial break, and we are coming back very, very soon. Finn Balor is not pleased that Dominik's conversation with Adam has led to this match. It is for the tag titles. And look at this, over 200 votes. Daze, why have you put AJ Lee? Oh, it's because I had flipping Dragon Lee on my head, in my brain. Okay, we've had over 200 votes. We've got AJ Styles and Dragon Lee at 50%. Judgment Day at 50%. It is actually 50-50 in the chat right now. So you guys are really, really split as to which way this is going to go. So right now, match has started. Opening contest. Sign in the crowd said Andy loves Rooster. I don't know if Wrestle with Andy is around. But if Wrestle with Andy is around, it'd be good if we could get that confirmed. Does Andy love Rooster? Dropkick there by AJ Styles, and JD just grabs onto the rope. Jackson said, do we think Seth Rollins for the World Championship could happen at WrestleMania 42? Well, it could do, but I think there's doubts as to when Seth's going to return. I mean, the streets are saying it's 6 to 12 months. So 6 months from now would take us to, what, the 21st of April. That would be past WrestleMania. Seth's going to have to make it back quicker than that. And, of course, he's going to have to train. I mean, he can't just get cleared and bang, just go straight into a WrestleMania singles match. So he's going to need time to, like, you know, totally recover and then get, like, past the ring rust and everything. So, listen, one thing we know, he is going to work as hard as he has got to work to make it back for WrestleMania. But yeah, I mean, right now there is serious doubt that he's going to make it, serious concern that he makes it. 6 to 12 months could mean that he is recovered in 8, you know, could be 10, could be 12. I mean, 6 is best case scenario. And so even if it is 6, that's too late. That takes you past WrestleMania. It's a problem. This is a big, big problem. I love this. Bron gives off that same energy Stone Cold did in the past. The bully, the wrestler that peeves off the boss, the bad boy. I think Stone Cold was doing a little bit more, though, than just being inconvenient. Right now, we've got Dragon Lee crashing down into Finn. Steve said Bron is overrated. As much as they have tried to distance it, he's just another Steiner and not very interesting. Not sure what happens if he's champ, but they'll probably over-push him. They do have a very proud, very rich history of over-pushing people. Finn Balor going for the cover there on Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee kicks out. Macca said, who do you think wins the Battle Royal? Well, I would imagine Bron Breakker. I mean, it'll be a bit, it'll be even more ridiculous if he doesn't. I mean, he took out Seth. He's had the World Heavyweight title for a week. And now he gives the belt back without arguing that he should be in the match or really putting up any kind of a case. Or, you know, I mean, the winner of the Battle Royal could have faced Braun. The winner of that match could go on to the CM Punk match. I mean, it could be that Braun faces the winner of the Battle Royal next week. Could have done something like that. I'm not saying they should, but I'm saying that's the kind of thing I would have expected Braun to have at least tried to argue. So, I mean, if he doesn't win this Battle Royal now, he's going to look like a right clown. So I'm thinking Braun has got to be favourite. And I think Braun against CM Punk makes a lot of sense. Babyface against heel makes a lot of sense. Nice suplex by Finn. Finn, tag being made. I think they should unify the tag titles. It would help. You could cross the teams when needed, but I don't think we need to, said Steve. I agree with that. I agree with that. Days, what time does SmackDown end? I scheduled a stream at 11:15. What time does SmackDown end? I think that we're in America, aren't we, this week? So, I mean, it'll start at its usual time. It'll end at 3 UK time, which is, I think, 10 Eastern. Which I believe is its usual 8 till 10 time slot. Not aware of it being in a different time slot. AJ Styles goes to the outside. JD was on the ropes at the time. AJ Styles spills to the outside. And this match is continuing as we go to commercial break. 54-46 right now in favor of AJ Styles and Dragon Lee. WrestleVotes, a source backstage at Raw has said that there was a late change to the opening segment where Adam Pearce stripped Seth of the World Heavyweight Championship. Original plans had things playing out differently than what we saw on screen. Wow, maybe that explains it. Perhaps that explains it. Perhaps that explains why it was, you know, not the most captivating segment, because they changed it last minute. They actually had intentions to do something else instead. That's interesting. I wonder what the alternative was. Okay, Finn Balor is in there. AJ Styles is down. Finn Balor going over. Finn and AJ. What a history between those two. I wonder if Finn Balor should be AJ's last opponent. Shot coming in there by JD. Hasib said, don't you think this is a great moment to be unpredictable? Instead of giving Braun the Battle Royal win like we all expect, they could give it someone like AJ, Finn, Jimmy, for example. Yeah, they absolutely could, and I have no problem with that. My only... Well, I do have one problem. My one problem is that you've took out the leader of the vision because you don't think he's good enough and you don't believe in his vision. And Bron Breakker has kind of took over. So now it's time for Bron to show us what he's going to do and what his vision is about and how he's going to lead this group and what his strategy is. And you've got Heyman, who was a wise man, an oracle. Like, what's the plan? What's the play? What is your strategy? I mean, there was, as I said, there was very little that they offered in that opening segment. I mean, all we got really was a Heyman. We got Bron Breakker being petty, and we got Paul Heyman doing Paul Heyman kind of promo. And that was it. So if Bron doesn't win the Battle Royal, from a storyline point of view, I don't think that makes him look very clever. I don't think it makes him look like he's a good leader. I mean, what is the plan? What is the play? They might have a strategy. It might be that Bronson is going to help clear out the ring so that, you know, Bron wins the Rumble. I mean, they could have a strategy and fine. Okay. But if he ends up losing the Battle Royal, then it would just be a bit of a mark for me against the Vision. Another one. I mean, they've got several anyway, so they can have another one. But no, I don't mind the Battle Royal. Take away the Bron Breakker aspects and just have like, it could be this person, that person, this person, that. No, I'm not down on that at all. But I'm down on it in regards to how Bron has approached it at the moment. I mean, I'm only judging it off one segment. Let's see where we are by the end of the show. But yeah, I didn't get out of Bron what I was looking for in that opening segment. Dragon Lee goes over, delivers a drop kick to Balor. Balor goes down. I think we're back from commercial break. Lovely suplex, German suplex there by Dragon Lee. Super kick. JD over in the corner as Dragon Lee charges in, gets dumped on the outside, shoulder to the midsection. Lovely kick coming in there by Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee going up, JD against the ropes. Dragon Lee comes crashing down on that top rope. Steve said, if Bron doesn't win the Battle Royal, I would be happy, but they have absolutely set Bron up to win, carrying the title and everything. I don't like it, but I feel like that's the direction, says Steve. Double stomp there by Dragon. Well, it's going to be I'm guessing that's our main event. It's going to be an exciting conclusion. Dragon Lee looking to charge over at JD. JD gets pulled out the ring by Finn. Dragon Lee gonna go over the top. Comes down on JD and on Finn. Back in the ring goes JD. Dragon Lee in the corner as charges in. Back elbow. Down goes JD. Dragon Lee has got JD, picks him up. Reversed. Looking for a power bomb. Gets it. So, big power bomb there by JD. Some really good action in this match, you know. Really good action. So, a real fun opener so far. I think the crowd started at "This is awesome" chant. No. I thought I had heard one, but there isn't. Tag being made. Finn Balor's in there with AJ. Chop coming in there by AJ. And again. Driving him back in the corner, going over the other sides. Big splash there by AJ. He's got Balor up on his shoulders. Balor goes down on his feet. Now he's got JD on his shoulders. Lovely. Bubba Joe said, I feel like tonight is getting Dragon over finally. Well, he is looking very good in this match, yes. Yes, I agree. He's looking good here. Finn Balor takes Dragon Lee to the outside. He's got AJ Styles. Oh, big shot coming in. Phenomenal forearm is loaded. Here it is. Connects. Connects. 1, 2, 3. Blumming out. JD McDonough makes the save. That was really close. That was done. That was so good. 1, 2. That was so good. That was so good. That was done so well. It was a 2.99999. Quick strikes coming in there by AJ Styles. Headbutt coming back by the bobblehead. Pele kick by AJ. Yeah, really good. So you lot 57% think that it's going to be AJ and Dragon Lee, but JD with the pin. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Woof. Okay, right now, JD dragging AJ Styles over to the corner. Tag being made. There's Finn. JD McDonough going up. Moonsaults. Lands it. Here's Balor. Coup de grace. Connects. Oh, Dragon Lee trying to get involved. Wow, that was really good. That was really good. Because JD McDonough tried to stop Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee jumped over him. Yeah, that was really good. Lovely camera angle on that as well. Brilliant camera angle. You could see Dragon Lee coming. They did so well with getting the correct camera on that. Here's Finn going with AJ, looking for the cover. He's going for... Wow, Finn Balor going for the Styles Clash. He wanted the Styles Clash. He couldn't get it. Roll over, AJ. AJ's going to get it. AJ's going to get it. AJ, Styles Clash. Oh, my God. No JD. Wow, new champs. New tag champs. The Judgment Day reign of terror is over. We might actually get a tag division on Raw. New champs. And it's a great match as well. Really fun opening match to this week's Raw. Dragon Lee, AJ Styles have done it. And people are going to be so pleased that AJ has managed to get a championship. There was so much love for his match with John. There's going to be a lot of love. Look at that. That was so good. This match was so good. Wow, let's go. They're going to be, yeah, you're right. He's going to be furious at Dominik. Dominik put them in that situation when they didn't need to be. If you're Dominik backstage right now, you're probably like, oh, I need to keep out the way, man. I need to keep out the way. Okay, so Joe is just saying what we saw with AJ in his match against John Cena and what we just saw here. So impressive from AJ Styles. Okay, we're having a look at Jimmy and Jay. Glad to see the title switch hands, said J14. Hopefully we can get some life back into this tag division, yes. Amethyst P said, finally, something cool has happened on Raw. Jordan said, can you imagine Dirty Dom losing his title against Rusev tonight? Wow. Yeah, good shout. It's probably a possibility, isn't it? It's a good shout. Could this be a really bad night for the Judgment Day? So, yes, Jay obviously went into his match a little weaker than he wanted to be because he came to Jimmy's rescue. Yeah, they're even saying that it hampered him later in the show. Okay, we're backstage with Jay right now. What I said to you last week, it wasn't right. Okay, so Jay is actually saying, I'm sorry for what I said to you. Ooh. That's interesting. They're both in the Battle Royal tonight. Ooh, you lost your championship because Jay stopped believing in Jay. Jimmy says that he's going to go in that Battle Royal. He's going in on everyone, and that includes you, Jay. What is happening there? What is that leading to? Jimmy, Jay, LA Knights, Bron Breakker, Penta, Rusev, Ivar, Grayson, Kofi, Dominik, Finn, JD, Tozawa, Otis, AJ Styles, Bronson, all on the graphic, all in the Battle Royal. Okay, Dominik Mysterio is coming out now. Dominik Mysterio. Judgment Day had 2 title defenses in 113 days. Okay, yeah, Sheamus is in there. El Grande is in there. Do you know, they did that graphic really quick as well because, look, they've already managed to have the belts on AJ and Dragon Lee. This graphic literally just got shown on screen and already they've got the tag belts on these two. So, that's our lineup seemingly for the... How many people are in this thing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 along the back. 1, 2, 3, 3. Yeah, 19. 19. Could we get one more? Surprise. Make it 20. 19-man Battle Royal. Okay, Dominik has made his way down. Dominik Rusev coming up next. Do we think we see AJ Lee tonight after the Becky match? There's a chance. She's meant to be at Survivor Series. There's a chance. I don't think it's guaranteed. Daze, the Battle Royal is essentially to showcase talent. Have the undercard do some cool spots. Kofi teasing a face turn. Kofi's teasing a face turn. Add some controversy and have someone like Finn be close to winning to get sympathy, says Hannah. James said there's a sign that says, please don't take my sign. Oh, really? That's good. That's good. Okay, Dominik is in the ring. I don't know if he's about to cut a promo. Yeah, he's got a microphone in his hand. We got a Dirty Dom chant. Okay, Dominik is grabbing the microphone. My name is Dirty Dominik Mysterio. And I am your Mega Intercontinental Champion. I don't feel... Do we ever see Dominik in the ring cutting promos on his own? I don't feel like we do. There's Dirty Dom chants. Dominik completely in the ring on his own. There's no Judgment Day. There's no Liv. There's no Rhea. There's no Roxanne or Raquel. Dirty Dom has got to do what he's got to do to stay your double champion. But that was it. The music plays and out comes Rusev, so not really much to that. Here is Rusev. Dom's transformation is beautiful, said Kader. I don't like dead guys trying to sell me beer, said For Beach Kevin. Oh, well, that's where we differ. I love dead guys trying to sell me beer. It's my favourite thing. We're just seeing Petco Park. Petco Park, of course, is going to be the home of Survivor Series. The Battle Royal is stacked, said Jace. Daze, what if Punk is the 20th man in the Battle Royal? If he wins, he becomes the World Heavyweight Champ, said Taker 1990. Well, they've not made that announcement that that's a stipulation. The winner of the Battle Royal faces CM Punk, so I wouldn't be expecting that. If you had a real beer like Canada beer, the founders are all passed. So what do you drink beer that's less than 20 years old, says Tony. Listen, Dead Man beer is the best. Dom gets called a discount Eddie, but I disagree, said Steve. Dom is so far ahead with his aura against Eddie at this point in his career. Dom just really gets it and deserves more credit and has got a big future ahead, says Steve. MC said Killer Cross could be number 20. Honestly, there might not be a number 20. I mean, it doesn't have to be a 20-man battle royal. They can put in as many people as they want, but it is just weird that there's only 19 on the graphic. I could believe that there will be a 20th person, but equally I could believe there might not be. Right, Rusev is thrown in the ring, and we're about to get underway with match number 2. Amazingly, we're nearly an hour into this show. 50 minutes have gone already. I mean, we've had a promo, which was okay, and we've had a match, which was really good. You lot really enjoyed. I can see that Great is leading it. Okay, Rusev driving his shoulder into the midsection of Dom. Everyone is saying that Roman isn't there, but maybe he's the 20th, says Derom. But you're saying I could have a 1,000 people battle royal if you've got a big enough ring. Opala said, I don't want to spoil it, but Opala is the 20th person, and I'm going to become your new future world champ, says Opala's hobbies. Dominik down at the moment. This is why the women of planet Earth, especially the housewives, apparently the housewives in particular, just cannot keep their eyes off Dirty Dom. And there's the neck tattoo that we're seeing. Rusev said, this is my title. Elbow drop there by Rusev. I just joined the chat. Does anyone spot Nate Diaz? Did anyone spot Nate Diaz? Domi's going to lose the Intercontinental Championship and win the Battle Royal, said Irish Sam. Right now we got Rusev in the corner. He's got Dominik going over the other side. Dominik in the corner, charging in. Big boot there by Dom. Double axe handle by Dominik. Dominik again going over to the corner. Suzanne said apparently those housewives are hard up. Another crossbody this time. Gets caught there by Rusev. Rusev picking up Dom. Dom drop kick to the back. Rusev over by the ropes. Dominik is clothesline. Weird looking clothesline. Weird looking clothesline. Come on, baby boy. This is my title, said Rusev. Suplex by Rusev. Okay, the same source that I spoke with earlier, this is WrestleVotes, told me they are well aware of the big sporting events on TV. There are 2 Monday Night Football games and a huge ALCS Game 7. ALCS. The Alzheimer's Ludo Community Series. I have no idea what the ALCS is. The All Ladies Cucumber Society. Yes. They grow, it's just ladies, and they just grow massive cucumbers, and they then battle off to see who's got the biggest, and apparently it's Game 7. So there we go, 2 Monday Night Football games and the All Ladies Cucumber Society, Game 7. All of that is going on tonight that Raw has got to compete with. So far, it feels to me like they are booking this show knowing that people have got a lot of viewing options. Multiple title matches, tag title change, star-studded battle royal for a shot against CM Punk. Let's see if they can deliver. That coming from TC WrestleVotes. Joe, shout out to you, said the ALCS is Major League Baseball. Lady baseball with cucumbers. Are you sure? Are you sure? I don't think that's true. I'm not sure that's what they're doing with the cucumbers. I don't know that a cucumber is sturdy enough, to be honest. Although you might be able to do one of those tricks, you know, like if you boil them in vinegar like you can with conkers, it hardens them. So you might be able to do something. I don't know. Who knows? But either way, we know that WWE is facing competition tonight. Rusev down, Dominik against the ropes. Drop kick there by Dominik, going for the cover. And kick out by Rusev. The American League Championship Series. That's the one. The American League Championship Series. That's a lot of very non-descriptive words, isn't it? American League Championship Series could be flipping anything, couldn't it? It could be goddamn tiddlywinks. It could be the American League Championship Series of what? Doesn't actually say what the sport is. What a joke. Flipping hate it. Kick coming in there by Rusev. I'd refuse to watch on that grounds alone. We was on commercial break, and we're just coming back right now. That is what's on the line. Second match is also a championship match, and Dirty Dom is definitely up against it. Dom in the corner. It doesn't matter who wins the ALCS. I hope the Dodgers win. My brother would win $5,000 and he'll give me $2,000, said Final Boomer. But then, hang on, Final Boomer, doesn't it matter who wins? You started by saying, it doesn't matter who wins, but I hope the Dodger wins. Surely that means you want the Dodgers to win. Nice. DDT there by Dominik. Tony, hello. Catherine said there's a guy in the crowd that says Paige Come Home t-shirt on. Oh, really? He's got a Paige Come Home t-shirt. Oh, that's good. If anyone's got a picture of that, send me that. I want to see that. I want to see that. Nice. Off the top, Dominik comes down. Kick coming in there by Rusev. I want to see the Paige Come Home t-shirt guy. That's good. I've heard that if you wear a shirt at Disney that is kind of deemed questionable, they will ask you to remove it and they will allow you to get like a shirt for free from their shop. I'm sure it's Disney that do that. I wonder if WWE would do that. I mean, if you had a Paige Come Home shirt on, you know, what are they going to do? They can't just make you sit there with no shirt on. And if you like, I haven't got the money to buy a shirt, what would they do? Penta was in the timekeeper's area as Dominik had had enough and he was looking to walk away. Shot coming in there by Rusev. Oh, has he gone for that ring bell again? Rusev is against the ropes. 619. Yeah, so Rusev catches it this time. Can't quite make it out, can you? There it is, apparently. Paige Come Home on the shirt. So, Jen, thank you. Oh, my God. Rusev's got the hammer now. Low blow from behind by Dirty Dom. Low blow. 619 connects. Dom's going up. Dom's going up. Dom. Splash coming down. 1, 2, 3. Dirty Dom has done it. Using some dirty tactics. So, yeah, he was looking to leave. He just grabbed his belts, but Penta stopped him. He still managed to pick up the the hammer, though. Yeah, Dominik just finding ways. People will love that, though. People will be fine with Dominik just finding ways. Right. Let's get the poll done, shall we? Yeah, Rusev was looking to use the hammer, but referee stopped him. As the hammer was being removed, Dirty Dom from behind with a low blow. So Dominik retains, but the other members of the Judgment Day did not. Oh my God, Rusev looks like he's about to cry. Here's Penta. Penta with a DDT on Rusev. So Penta in the ring. He was looking over in the direction of Dirty Dom. Okay, coming up next, we've got our next championship match. So we've had one title change. We've had one title retained. Are we going to get Becky defeating Maxxine? Triple threat might be coming up for those three, said Steve. Penta is so goofy. He's a clown, said Jake. Oh, really? You're not a fan? Becky against Maxxine next, said Wrestling Fan. Maxxine looks hot, says Jordan. Benny said, I would volunteer someone like Grim or you as the 20th entrant. No, thank you. Daze, do the Brits like American baseball? We don't get to really see it, to be honest. It is, you can find it if you look for it, but it is not ever covered. I have never seen it mentioned in the newspapers. Never really seen it mentioned on the BBC Sports. It's one of those, I mean, we've got a fair few sports channels that obviously need content. So, I mean, I feel like if you go out your way to find it, you can find it. But, I mean, I don't even know if it would make the top 10 most popular sports over here. Number one is football, obviously. Soccer, that's number one by an absolute country mile. And then, like, you've got cricket, you've got rugby, you've got tennis. They're all very popular. NFL have seen a rise. I still don't know where NFL would be in relation to those sports I just mentioned. I still feel like it's quite niche. But that's definitely seen a rise since they started doing those London games. But no, baseball, no. I think basketball would be more popular, but even that doesn't really get much coverage over here. I'd say of the three, I'd say American football is the one that's probably made the most ground over here. Then basketball with baseball next. And then ice hockey, probably even below that. Okay, we've got Kofi at the moment with Grayson. Your tribal chief said whenever Dom hits puberty and puts on some muscle, he'll be a top guy. Never thought I would say that, said your tribal chief. Your tribal chief, shout out to you, my friends. We said we're going to resurrect the tag division. But we can resurrect. Crowd are booing Kofi. But we can resurrect the entire industry. So we've just got a promo from Kofi. And then we cut. Grayson was in the middle of talking and we just had to cut away from him as we go back to the show. AJ Lee's going to come out after Becky's win to save Maxxine from a post-match beatdown, said Tivix. I hate Becky's new song, said MC or McJowers. He got cut off, said Wrestling Fan. Lol. You deserve it. You deserve it. Yeah, that's pretty fun. Max Griffin is in the crowds. Nate Diaz, as was pointed out earlier, in the crowds. Here's Maxxine. Now, what reaction is she going to get? Because I'm told this is her hometown. Okay. Oh, yeah. And now Jess counted quick. We never addressed that, did we? Why did we never address that? Why did we never go back to that story of Jess counting quick? Who's the ref for this as well? Jess again. Is Jess going to play a part in this match? More than just a normal ref would? Because she does count quick in that first match. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ring the bell. That's what it was. Make this make sense. Why have we not done anything with that? And how is Jess the ref again? Here's Becky. She's all in black. Probably in mourning because her husband got murked. I think Styles fights Nakamura, Bobby Roode, and Shane McMahon, says Benny. Daze, not been here long due to the wife being in labour. Oh, congrats. How has Raw been so far? Well, it's been very watchable. I would say it's been very basic. We found out at the beginning that Seth has lost the title. That's been stripped. Just had a couple of little backstage moments, but nothing drastic. Opening match was very good. New champs, AJ and Dragon Lee. Second match, not as good. Dominik retains. But this is our third match, and it's for another title. I don't know if it's 2 X's or 2 N's for Maxxine. Maxxine. It's 2 X's. 2 X's. There's Becky looking glum. I mean, look, controversially, I really don't think Becky should struggle in this match. There are levels to this game, and Becky is, like, the highest level. Like, she shouldn't struggle to get past Maxxine Dupri. It's okay for it to be competitive. It's okay for there to be a bit of back and forth. But she shouldn't have to cheat to get past Maxxine. Okay, Bella sounded. We are underway. Becky drives Maxxine back in the corner. Kicks coming in there by Becky as Maxxine goes down in the corner. Shoulder being driven in there by Becky. Shinsuke Nakamura was discussed internally as a potential opponent for Tanahashi's retirement match. But it's just seen as a pipe dream, so... 1, 2, roll up there by Maxxine. We spoke about that in a recent Unseen. So looks like Fightful Selector just confirming that news. Okay, over in the corner to the outside. Against the ropes goes Maxxine. She goes to the outsides. Over the barricade into the timekeeper's area. Counter. I think, did she just say count fast as well? Becky is absolutely right to be off with Jess. If I was Becky, I'd be all over Jess in this. Why are you not counting the same way you counted me out? To 8, Maxxine gets in on 8. Becky comes over, throws in some kicks. So we're at commercial break. We are 12 minutes into the second hour. Becky again going over to Ref Jess. Is this your baby girl? Shot coming in there by Becky. Maxxine goes down. She's got no business being in the ring with me. Suplex by Becky. Maxxine goes down. Becky building up the heat. Sure to be a comeback, of course. Tag team championships are in the hands of 2 random people who don't even have a tag team name. Lord have mercy. That's a tweet that has just come out from Kofi Kingston. Kofi Kingston still mourning the death of the tag division. Maxxine over in the corner. Becky charges over. Drives an elbow in. Shots coming in by Maxxine. Maxxine trying to get a suplex on Becky. Maxxine to win. And then we do Natalya against Maxxine, said wrestle with Andy. Maxxine goes to the outsides. I think if Maxine's winning this, it's going to be due to outside interference. Someone distracts Becky. Daze, maybe LA Knight could help his sister, said Hannah. That would be fun. We've just sort of abandoned that altogether, haven't we? Becky again looking over at the family. I think Maxine's family are in the crowds. 20 odd seconds until we're back from commercial break as Maxxine gets thrown into the barricades. Again into the barricades. Is that Maxine's family, is it? Is that Maxine's mom? Is she wearing a Cena shirt? Has Maxxine even got merch? Becky gets in there. It might be a Alpha Academy shirt. That would make more sense, wouldn't it? I saw this bright orange shirt. I thought it was Cena, but thinking about it, probably makes more sense. It's Alpha Academy. Right now, Maxxine down. This would be a big push for Maxxine, but they need to make her a more serious threat, says Kelly. Maxxine had more support in other cities. Her home state don't care, said Johnny. The ref gets mad and beats up Becky and puts Maxxine on top and counts, said Ice Vamp. Damn, Stuart Pearce's son has passed away age 20. Oh, that's awful news. That's awful. Clothesline, looking for the... Oh, no, Joy. Oh, stunner. Down goes Becky. Triple threat for Saturday night's main event, said AB. AB, who would you have in it? Who would be in the triple threat? Final Boomer said AJ and Dragon are the champs, so we can call them AJ Lee. Well, I did that earlier. And, but mine was just out of confusion. Down goes Becky. And again. Big boots. Maxxine is coming back. She's over by the ropes. Coming in. Leg drop. 1, 2. Kick out there by Becky. Maxxine up on her feet, charging over. Kick coming into the midsection by Becky. Okay, we're back from commercial break, and we're seeing the comeback by Maxxine. Maxxine grabbing Becky, looking for a suplex. Kip up by Maxxine. The straps coming down. She goes against the ropes, knee to the side of the head. Becky goes down. Maxxine, 1, 2. Kick out by Becky. Maxxine grabbing Becky. Becky is on her feet. We got a forearm shot coming in. Shot coming back there by Maxxine. Shot coming back there by Becky. These two exchanging blows at the moment. Becky. Well, the crowd have got on board with Maxxine. They are now joining in with the cheers and the boos. She was going for like a manhandle slam. Kick comes in there by Maxxine. Down goes Becky. That kick looked good. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Ankle lock is in by Maxxine. Becky, middle of the ring. She's trying to roll over. Maxxine goes against the ropes. Kick to the midsection by Becky. Double underhook. Into an armbar. Well, trying for the armbar. Maxxine, armbar is in. She's trying to bridge to roll through. Go back into the ankle lock. Right now, we've got Maxxine going into the corner. Becky on her feet. Becky coming in. Back elbow there by Maxxine. Maxxine is climbing up. Becky comes in. She knocks into Maxxine. Maxxine goes down. Becky is climbing up. Shot coming in there by Maxxine. These two firing away. I'm terrified if they make Maxxine champ, said Neil. Becky goes down. Maxxine is perched. Crossbody. Goes for the cover. 1, 2. Becky kicks out. Becky rolls out the ring to the outsides. I just struggle with it because I really don't think it should be this competitive. Becky grabbing the belt going, oh, I've had enough. And walking away, it's like, you've done nothing to build up Maxxine. It's really hard to buy that she's now God's gift to wrestling. I feel like they've gone so hard in pushing her. Maybe if we'd done like weeks and weeks and weeks of Maxxine like winning matches, looking good against other people. Just seemed to slow on that 3. Belt to the back of the head. It's going to be a DQ. Okay, well, Becky ends up getting disqualified, having to use the belt, and Maxxine wins again, this time by DQ. Maxxine's the winter, according to Joey. Misspoke momentarily. Becky Lynch has got a Maxxine Dupri problem. Becky comes in and collides into Maxxine. AJ Lee chant breaks out as Maxxine is being beaten up. Fans are booing. Becky has got the belt and she's looking to leave the ring. And Becky is walking away. And that was it. Natty, we need you, said Alex. Ryan said, no, AJ, ha ha. Dominik said, nobody. Mark 420 said, Daze, did Maxxine beat Becky twice? Yes. Once by count out, once by DQ. It's like creative just remembered that belt shot DQs are a thing, said Austin. Jordan said they should do a rematch, but this time if Becky gets counted out or DQ'd, then she loses the title, says Jordan. They could go that way. Robbie said this has been a largely awful show. Defcon said, I think we should have multiple world title contenders like they did in the 2000. That was an AI ending, said Dominik. Maxxine needed the win, to be honest with you. Becky is great, but she needs to give new up-and-coming wrestlers the spotlight, said Opala. There is Rhea. We're seeing the damage to Rhea's nose. Thank you, Japan. I still love you. So they're wishing Rhea a speedy recovery. Don't know how long she's going to be out for. Okay, we've not had any... No, I don't think it'll be that long. But here's Asuka and Kairi. I want you to remember it was me that ruined your trip home. Kabuki Warriors broke your friend Io's spirit. I love it. Every time Asuka speaks, Kairi claps. We broke your face. You tore our family apart. You have to pay, says Kairi. Kairi, last week you finally showed what I've always wanted to see. You showed me how ruthless you can be. And that's what the Kabuki Warriors are going to be. We've taken care of Io and Rhea. We need a new challenge. I love the body paint on Asuka. I've not seen that before. This is a warning to the entire tag team division. Kabuki Warriors are back. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm thrilled for Kairi. She didn't get slapped. So, there we go. Yeah, the body paint was kind of sick on Asuka there. It was like wounds that had been stitched. Asuka's face paint is sick around her neck, said Jordan. The pop Kairi will get when she does turn on Asuka will be huge, said Tivix. Kairi needs saving, said Final Boomer. Ian, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. Okay, here is... Oh, yeah, this is that new entrance that we saw Triple H kind of working with Stephanie on. She kind of crouches down and then slowly rises up. So Stephanie is making her way down to the ring. Do we know this match? I don't feel like I know this match. We're running out of time, you know. We've already been going for an hour and 20 odd minutes. Okay, it's going to be La Primera taking on Roxanne. I do remember these two confronting each other last week. So, Stephanie against Roxanne. This match coming up. after the break. Oppola said, how come WWE haven't done a PLE in Japan? Considering the following they've got in Japan, you would have thought they would have done a PLE in Tokyo or somewhere. Well, to be honest, historically, I don't think Vince was looking to kind of do too much big shows abroad because, you know, we know that SummerSlam 92 was not deemed a success by the company, judging by how many people actually purchased the show. So as a result of that, I think that for the longest time, they tried to stay away from international PLEs. I think what we're seeing now is a different strategy under TKO, where they are very much looking and thinking globally. So I think Japan is definitely on the list. I think one thing, though, that WWE looks for is countries that are going to pay for them to go. I think if Japan was to put a bid in and WWE would entertain it, I think they get good money from Perth and Australia. And, you know, I think that's kind of the TKO strategy now. I think they got really good concessions, like tax breaks and everything from when they did Clash at the Castle in Wales. So I think if there was an interest from Japan to actually bring WWE over, I think WWE would jump in it. And who knows? I mean, they just did some shows over there, so there could be that there's been conversations. I mean, they could be speaking to, you know, officials and gauging the interest. I do think Japan's very interesting, though, because they've got a lot of internal wrestling. You know, I mean, they've got New Japan, and there's All Japan, and there's Dragon Gate and Noah, and they've got so many promotions. I mean, I have no idea what the viewing figures are like for WWE. I mean, judging by the Netflix data, well, actually, I don't know where Japan watches Raw. If they watch it on Netflix, then I would argue the views aren't great. Because Raw gets like 2.5, 2.6 kind of million views. And that's worldwide. And the bulk of that is America. So that means that every other country is, you know, not really tuning in that much, to be honest. So, yes, it is popular, but I don't know how popular. I've never seen data that says how popular WWE is in Japan. So I think they would like to do stuff over there, and they are doing shows over there, but they'll always go where the money is, and they might be looking at Europe as being the bigger opportunity, because Europe doesn't really have the same amount of wrestling to compete against. You know, we've got Progress, Rev Pro, WXW, whatever, but they're not big promotions. They're just like indie promotions. Do we see someone getting a Stockton slap from Diaz tonight, said Irish Sam? I don't know, to be honest. We've had UFC stars in the crowd before. We could have someone getting involved with Nate Diaz, but is it Nick or Nate that's there? What's this? Adam Pearce. Graphic change. Bronson Reed and Bron Breakker are not in the Battle Royal anymore. Adam Pearce says, say please. So now he's going to be bullying Paul Heyman. Adam Pearce says no. So they're still off the graphic. Oh, there's Becky. This is good. This is good. Becky and Heyman. I had no choice, says Heyman. This is great. This is great. She ain't buying it. You're the breadwinner. There is a vision that includes Becky Lynch. Come on. You can have a hot husband at home. Oh, my God. I think she was about to throw up then. Oh, she's thought. Yeah, she's thought. He didn't need you. He used you. You're nothing to him. That's really interesting because it makes me think that a very vengeful Seth is going to be coming back. You know, she's just saying, like, he knew that you would turn on him. He was surprised it took you so long. But don't worry, when he comes back, he's not going to go after you. He's going to go after everyone that you love or whatever Nepo baby you attach yourself to. So I think it's really interesting because I hadn't really thought about what Seth's going to be like when he returns. Hopefully we move away from the wacky outfits. I want a vengeful Seth. I want a very focused Seth. I want, I suppose, a more Shield-like Seth. And, yeah, vengeance could be on the way there. That was very interesting. That was very good. That promo was fire, says Kelly. It was very good. I was not a fan, personally, of the Adam Pearce, Paul Heyman part. But it is interesting that he's removed Braun and Bronson. I mean, look, they need to get their shiz together, because what are they going to do now? What's the plan? What's the play? I mean, I feel like they're going to get involved in the Battle Royal. Imagine Heyman going back and telling Braun and Bronson they're not in the Battle Royal and them going, oh, well, that's disappointing. I mean, they need to cause carnage, don't they? They need to either get involved in that Battle Royal and disrupt it, or they need to just absolutely trash Adam Pearce's office. I don't know. That's going to definitely lead to something. Let's see where that goes. But the bit after, very, very good between Becky. I'm glad we did a Becky and Heyman segment. I like that bit where you can have a hot husband at home and an adorable oracle on the road. penguin-faced prick is what she said. Okay, right, we've got Stephanie and Roxanne underway, and we've got less than an hour left of this show. But some of the stuff he wore, he looks great in, some not so much. I would like a more focused Seth. I agree. I just think that's done. We've done it. You know, the thing with Seth is that he has constantly reinvented himself. Visionary is not a form of Seth that I have enjoyed. I think that it's one thing to wear outlandish clothes, but I think you should look cool whilst wearing it. You know, if you want to build up your aura, if you want to peacock, I think you should, you know, yeah, okay, wear brightly coloured clothes, wear brightly coloured suits, whatever, but look good whilst you're doing it. I think if you look silly and people are laughing at you, going, what the hell is he wearing? Like, what is this clown doing now? I mean, that to me is not building aura. So I think that's where he made a mistake, personally. So I think that's been done now. I think, you know, Seth has been very good at reinventing himself. So let's reinvent ourselves again. We're in a situation where, you know, you've been murked by the group. The group has betrayed you. You're going to come back. You're going to look for vengeance. I sort of feel like you need to be dressed for the occasion. I don't think you should be coming out all brightly coloured, like, you know, dancing around. Okay, right now we've got Roxanne and Stephanie. This is... Well, we need to end this poll, don't we? Otherwise we're going to get confused. This is match number 4. Okay, I can tell you the Maxxine match. Ooh. Good 89. 24. 11. Okay, Roxanne rolls out the ring. Roxanne goes to the outside. He can still wear those cool outfits and be vengeful. He's different. He's got character. I don't understand the hate that people give Seth. He's an icon in the world of wrestling. I think Seth gets hate for a few reasons. I don't hate Seth. I just think that the outfits weren't cool. They didn't look cool. They didn't build his aura. People laughed at them rather than necessarily enjoyed them. And I don't know that it massively built him up in the eyes of the fans. I think he's a very good wrestler. I think he's fine on the microphone. I feel like there's a better way we could have presented him than what we did. And yeah, I'm ready for the change. Okay, right now we had Roxanne. She was about to get Devil's kissed. But she rolled over to the ropes, grabbed the ropes. Mr. B said, what if Seth becomes like a Paul Heyman type? Like a form of fiction of killers. That could lead to Seth from afar whilst he heals. What, like being lurking in the background kind of a thing? Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I'd be open to ideas, definitely. I mean, I think that there's some interesting things you could do. Maybe rather than having him come out and be like the spotlight, keep him more out the spotlight. Like you said, more in the shadows, more in the crowd watching. You know? People in the crowd kind of pointing because Seth's actually, you know, stood in the crowd watching a match. Maybe it could go in a direction like that. He's around, he's in the background, you never know where he's going to be. Maybe you could do his promos from there as well. You know, that'd be interesting. Different. Yeah. I think there's obviously, you know, as we said, he's reinvented himself many times. He's been an architect. He's been a messiah. He's been a visionary. He's been in the Shields. He's been Monday Night Rollins. So, I don't know. Yeah, with this betrayal, is it time for another reinvention? Roxanne dropping down on the arm of Stephanie. Right now we've got Roxanne in control. Where are we? Are we at commercial break? Yeah. Pace of this had slowed, so it felt like we was at commercial break. Taker 1990 said, Daze, why would Pierce reward the Bronze since they, for storyline purposes, injured Seth for an indefinite amount of time? That's why the Bronze have been removed from the Battle Royal. Yeah, but why were they in it to begin with then? Why were they on the graphic anyway? Someone signed that graphic off, haven't they? Fireflies are out. Roxanne is working on the arm and snaps the arm back of Stephanie. Hasib said, anyone who aligns with Heyman, would you call them stupids? Because it's inevitable he'll turn on them. No, I wouldn't. I think that the best way of approaching it from a kayfabe point of view is to actually align with Heyman because he's shown that he can take people to the top. I know there are some failures there, but there's enough successes. And he's so clearly a very good communicator that, you know, if you was someone like, say, Theory or Bronson Reed or, you know, you can understand why you would align with Heyman. You are correct, though. He's going to betray you. So is it not better that you kind of betray him before he betrays you? You know, it's an ally of convenience, you know? It's one of those where I know he can help me. He can open doors. He's got connections. He's led others to the promised land. He might be able to get me there, but you wouldn't trust him as far as you could flip and throw him. And, you know, I think with Seth, like, I think that's good, actually, that Becky was like, he knew that you would turn on him. What took you so long? But what I liked about it was, like, you could believe that Seth didn't think it was going to happen so soon, actually. I mean, that's why he didn't see it coming, because it was really quickly. I mean, they only got together just after WrestleMania, so for him to kind of... But in all fairness, he didn't actually, did he? It was Braun that turned on him. It wasn't Paul, actually. Paul didn't really betray Seth until Paul was in a situation where he kind of had to. Otherwise, he was going to get murked by Bron Breakker. So actually, you can understand why Seth, like, felt comfortable. Because, like, the vision was still in their early stages. So, and I don't think you're stupid to get in with Heyman. I think you're stupid to stay long-term with Heyman. And I think you're stupid to not try and get out when you've got to the top. You could make the argument that Seth, now that he was champion, and now that he had Braun and Bronson, now would have been the time for Seth to have turned on Heyman. Got rid of him. Don't need you now. What do I need Heyman for? I got the world title. I got Braun. I got Bronson. I've got... What do I need Heyman for? So perhaps the problem wasn't getting with Heyman. It was not turning on him now rather than being turned on. Tinglin said, do we think Obafemi could be in the Battle Royal tonight? Well, that would be excellent. That would be really fun. Yeah, he could. I mean, he could. If I'm a betting man, I'm going to say he isn't. Word on the street is there's still bits for Oba to do in NXT. And actually, he was doing some live event shows recently where he was getting into it with Omos. And I'm wondering if that's going to show itself in NXT soon. Nice double knees there by Roxanne. Knees to the back of the head as Stephanie manages to kick out. Elbow there by Roxanne. Shots coming in by Roxanne. Lovely crossface being, well, trying to get a crossface in. Stephanie rolls up. Roxanne manages to kick out. Kick to the midsection there by Roxanne. Stephanie, middle of the ring. Pop rocks. Nope. Didn't get it. Against the rope, Stephanie. 619 connects. 619 connects. Okay, Raquel is on the outsides. Roxanne working on the arm. Right now, over against the ropes, Roxanne is looking to come in, collides into the back there of Stephanie. Roxanne goes, yeah, looking for that double springboard moonsault, doesn't get it. Stephanie pushes Roxanne to the outsides. Stephanie is climbing up. She's perched. Okay, she takes down both Raquel and Roxanne. Okay, she grabs Roxanne, chucks her back into the ring. Stephanie coming in after her, double underhooks. She's got her up. Nice. Angel, is it Angel Wings? 1, 2, 3. It's a win for Stephanie. That match was okay. It was okay. Oba and Tony and Trick and Lola are going to get called up, said Miguel. I think there is a chance for Oba tonight. I don't think he will be. Not seen any reports that he's going to be, and there was a report that he is still in. Oh, here's Nikki Bella coming down. Haven't seen her in a hot minute. Nikki Bella coming down and throwing in some shots there to Roxanne. Look at Nikki Bella in her lovely silvery pants. Clothesline by Nikki Bella. Big boot there by Raquel. Stephanie slipped on the rope a little there, but she just got a... She slipped on the rope. She just got a little bit of it. Little slip. Little slip. Oh, she's hobbling. She is limping. I hope she's not done any damage there as she came off that rope. Black screen, does that mean we got a boob? Was that a boob? Have we got a boob? We got a black screen? Well, who's got their boobs out? Oh, it is Nikki's got her boobs out. She's having to hold the top a bit there, look. She's having to hold her top. That top has come open and the lads have come out to play. Oh my God. We need that fan footage. If anyone in the community went to Raw last night, you can go viral. Okay, we've got Bailey and we've got Lyra backstage. I've got an idea, says Bailey. Let me talk first. Okay. Next week, Bailey's got a surprise for Lyra next week. We should go to his office and steal his shoes. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's not looking good, is it? But Bron doesn't get this. Help us out. What's going on? There was this rookie named Brock Lesnar. Okay, so Heyman's like, no, listen to me. Everyone remembers the title reign of the Tribal Chief. Okay, so he didn't give him an answer. Right. Why do I feel like the Bron's going to turn on Heyman, says Brony? Because he didn't answer their flipping question. Hang on. It's like, I'm struggling to understand this. We arrived with the belt. I handed it over. And now we're not even in the Battle Royal. And Heyman's like, yes, but you got to trust me because there was this guy in 2002 called Brock Lesnar. And there was this Best in the World in 2012. And there was the Tribal... Just, you know what I mean? Yeah, but that doesn't help him tonight, does it? Here are the Los Americanos. Can't remember their flipping names now. Bravo and what? Okay, so we're seeing Los Americanos. Okay, he's talking in Spanish. Okay. I just rewinded to Nikki getting booted by Raquel. That shirt had no chance of holding up said Wrestle-Rants. I know. It put up a good fight, didn't it, eh? How confident are you you're going to walk out the winner of this Battle Royal? Battle Royale! Okay, this is a bit dull, to be honest. It's probably very exciting if you speak Spanish. Isn't it crazy how WWE have got people that don't speak English and that's a problem, and now they've gone and took some English-speaking people and they've made them speak Spanish? All you hear all the time is how, like, it's a real barrier, the language thing. They really struggle with, like, people that don't speak English, and you need to have English lessons and all this. And now we've gone and took Ludwig and Pete Dunne and Tyler Bate and flipping turn them all Spanish. Yeah, you didn't really, you didn't miss anything there. Okay, there is Nikki and Nikki's breasts. I'm not going to stand back here and just let two sore losers jump you. Nikki's like, there's no one like you, Stephanie. Anyone can take you out. Is she going to take her out eventually? You have my back, I have yours. I'd be down for a heel Nikki run, actually. I'd be down for that. It really just doesn't feel right for Nikki to be in WWE when there's so many other talented women. Nikki feels a bit out of place with the current landscape, says Brony. What about if she was a heel? Okay. Oh my God, we got a baby. What the hell's going on? We got a baby. There's a baby. Look, it doesn't even feel like Jay knows quite what to do. He was like, is the baby going to do it? Go on, baby. Go on, baby. No, it's not doing it. Boo! You suck. You suck. You suck. Oh, mate. Not even a high five. Rubbish. Rubbish. Yeah, Joe's like, I would have lost it if that baby had high-fived him, but he didn't. So that was an absolute... If I was a kid, I'd be livid. Because I'd be like, that could have been me. Oh, but there is a kid. Look, that's better. That's better. That's better. I hope that baby is watching and learning. Yeah, it's not even hard. It's not... I can do it, look. It's not even hard. Stupid baby. Me oots. They want it. Shut me oots. I think she is well deserving of a spot. She brings to the show alone just by being a part. Give her more credit. I get if you don't like her, but people like me became fans because of people like her, says Metal Mama. Hello, Metal Mama. Hope you're doing well. Harry said that baby is taking notes. Well, he needs to. Absolute disgrace. Here's Steve Carrier. He said, settle down, guys. This is the frame before it went black. It looks like they just did a better safe than sorry approach. So, you know, he's saying, look, there was nothing going on the moment before. I don't know, mate. I think if she moved, they could have... I don't know, mate. I appreciate him helping us out. I'm not feeling like we've suffered FOMO. But I think something went down. A yeeting baby? Shut up. No, it didn't. It didn't yeet. What? It didn't yeet. Show me where the baby yeeted. Not having it. Standing up against fake news. Absolute disgrace. Hey, who's winning this battle royal? Who is winning the battle royal? WWE Ethan's fuming. I like Stephanie, but she didn't need this win. Wasn't like it was a title match. Justice for Roxanne. Here's Sheamus. Okay. Solomon Brown. Shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Really appreciate the support. Hope you're doing well. We've got that. I feel like there was another emoji next to it, but it's not showing it. It looks like it says OBU, and I don't know what that means. There's one of them, and then... What does it say? OBJ, objects. Yeah, there's one. Did you put like an eggplant or something? Is that what it was? The ref was telling her about her wardrobe fix, says Johnny. What's this, Johnny? Johnny's found some footage. Johnny, what have you found? What do we see? Guys, I'm busy. She goes down. She stands up. Drop kick. Then she gets up. She goes over. Can't see anything. Oh, referee does run round. Oh, does he run round to have a look? There is a referee that runs round. In all fairness, if I was a ref on the outside and over the headset it was like, we've got a Nikki wardrobe malfunction, I'd be like... I'd run round the ring as well. To help, of course, advise. Nikki, you gotta, you know what I mean? We got a black screen at the moment, mate. Because you gotta communicate. Communication's really important. I would do that job. Some people might find it awkward. Not me. I'm a hero. Very good. Right. We've just got loads of boomers coming down. So, Solomon, thank you, my friends. I don't know what the other object was. It wouldn't show me. Daze, you would be on it like a car bonnet. Let's go. Yes. I nearly wrote car bonnet then, James. Battle Royal. Okay, we've just got lots of boomers coming down. Nippy Bella said, oh, Catherine. Well done. That's well done. That is actually really good. Nippy Bella. You can be rightfully proud of that. You can tell all your friends. That is actually very good. I love Otis, said Metal Mama. He is one of the best to see at a live show. His interaction with the crowd is like A+ from the shows I've been at, says Metal Mama. Why are we acting like this is the Olympics, said Harry? What, by bringing everyone out? Okay, I think was we doing it during commercial break? I think we're just filling the ring up, aren't we? Whilst it was commercial break. Okay, so Sheamus and everyone making their way down. They don't want none. Are we teasing Paulie against Postman Pierce, said Benny. You know it, Benny. Okay, what is Braun and Bronson gonna do? Here's El Grande. El Grande Americano. Okay, El Grande making his way down. The ring's pretty full. Finn, JD, and Dominik are all standing together. A bit of respect there between Dominik and El Grande. JD having a word. It's like, what's that about? Okay, here's Penta. Penta coming down. Zero miedo. Chad Gable is the best El Grande, said Final Boomer. Okay, so we're just waiting for all these boomers to come down to the ring. Oh, swaggy. Is that swaggy? Said Joe. This is swaggy. The belt is at ringside and the Seth Rollins side plates have been removed. The Seth Rollins side plates have been removed. It's over. The dream is over. The belt is vacated. Dun, dun. Chad Gable is not, he is never and never will be unless he dresses up as El Grande, said Davids. When is WrestleMania 42 travel packages out for sale, said Nolan. Don't know. Are they not out already? I'm sure that packages were available. 2-day combo tickets were on sale. Travel packages. Well, if you Google search it, you can find information on them. Whether the tickets are actually available now or not, I'm not sure. But there are combo tickets that I believe are already up for sale. Okay, LA Knight gets in the ring. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Oh! CM Punk coming out. I mean, he was around, wasn't he? So, is he coming out to jump on commentary? What's he doing? Here's the target, the prize. This is your prize. You get CM Punk. Cult of personality. We don't need a Lex Luger Bret Hart finish, said Tony. Do you think they'd do that? I suppose they could. 2 winners. They did that in TNA the other day. Your tribal chief said with all the injuries, Seth out to a 10-time champ. With all the injuries to a 10-time champ. What do you mean, your tribal chief? I don't think I'm quite picking up what you're putting down. Daze, are you doing UFC or Halloween Havoc? I think we can do both. UFC's on earlier on Saturday. CM Punk comes down, stands on the commentary table. I think he's gonna. There's a seat that's waiting for him. Is he going to get involved, though? Is he going to make his presence felt in this Battle Royal? Bella sounded. There is no Braun or Bronson in there. Okay, we've got Ivar and Otis going at it. I didn't know that UFC was on earlier. That's good. Yeah, I wasn't sure until I checked the other day. I was quite pleased about it. Daisy said OT Dub on the way to be 19-time champ. I didn't know what OT Dub stood for. So, what? Seth is on the way to being 10-time plus champ. I don't know that he'll beat Cena's records, but he'll end with a good amount of world title reigns. But it depends how long he wants to keep going for. How old is Seth? Uh, 39. I suppose it depends how long he wants to go for. If he was to keep going till like he was 45, that's another 6 years. And it is true, he does keep getting this World Heavyweight title. Otis has gone. So he's been WWE champ twice, World Heavyweight champ twice, Universal champ twice. So he's on 6 at the moment. Still needs to get a fair few, doesn't he, to get in the mix. Shot coming in. Okay. This is just going to take a bit of time to thin out. CM Punk's like, Rusev has got a chance here to wipe the slate clean. Rusev eliminating Tozawa. Dominik is in there. I like this. I think this is a pretty fun main event, a battle royal. CM Punk said, I want to avoid Dominik Mysterio. And they're like, really? He's like, yeah, they call him Dirty Dom because he doesn't wash his gear. Elbows coming in there by Dom. Kick coming in there by Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee on the outside of the ring. Oh, Dragon Lee in trouble. Dragon Lee eliminated. Eliminated by the Judgment Day. Macarai said, I think it could come down to Jimmy and Jay, but I would love for AJ against Punk. That'd be a banger. That would be a banger. That would be a banger. AJ is still in there. Yeah, feel free. Who do you think is going to get it? Tony said, Rusev, you must be drunk. He's on the outside right now with Penta. Always nervy when people are on the outside. Kick coming in. Rusev in trouble. Dominik eliminates Rusev and Penta. Yeah, Dirty Dom. Doing Dirty Dom things. What happened to the LWO? Did we forget to put them in the Battle Royal? I don't think they were on the graphic. I don't remember when we saw the graphic seeing Wild and Del Toro. Dirty Dom chants ringing out. Grayson Waller is in there. Kicks coming in by Grayson. CM Punk said, is Seth really hurt? So we're at commercial break and CM Punk's just saying he's got big doubts that Seth is actually hurt. But for Seth to pretend to be hurt and to have his belt taken away from him makes even less sense, doesn't it? Grayson is in and we get a 1D. And Grayson is eliminated. Grayson gone by the Usos. Okay, right now we're carrying on. The field is thinning out a little bit. We still got big names in there, though. We got Sheamus and Jey Uso, Dominik, AJ Styles, LA Knight. Still got the big man in there, Ivar. We've proved it isn't Chad Gable that's El Grande. We've studied the nipples. Blimey now. I bet Wade Barrett was all over that Nikki Bella wardrobe malfunction then. He zoomed in 10,000 megapixel. Kick coming in. LA Knight trying to eliminate. I think that's Big Jim in it. Big Jim in big trouble. Big Jim in big trouble. AJ Styles coming over. Jay coming over. This Battle Royal well underway. I want to see if Dirty Dom has got any interactions with Punk once he gets eliminated, said Wrestle Rants. Nightbird said, who do we think can win? Well, I'm still waiting to find out what Bron and Bronson are going to do. Shot coming in there by Jay. And we're coming back from commercial break. Oppola said, I've finally got a job at a warehouse, an Amazon warehouse. I start on the 31st. Well, that's great, Oppola. Congrats. That's great news. Getting into a company like that, you know, putting in the work, seeing if you can climb the ladder. Brilliant. And you know what? It's probably the place to work as well, isn't it? Because I can't see that place closing anytime soon. If you work in like retail, there's a lot of shops that are struggling. But I mean, Amazon is clearly not struggling. Right now, we got Ivar and Sheamus. They're exchanging shots at each other. KC said, I'm shocked that Bron's not in the match. Well, he was. He was on the graphic and then he got removed. Ivar on the back. Part of me thinks the main event was originally going to be LA Knight Seth, and then they switched the end of the match last week to protect Punk from a Rumble. It could be LA Knight Punk, said the Phoenix. Okay. Well, he's still in the match. We got Ivar and Sheamus on the edge of the ring right now. Sheamus has got Ivar up on his shoulders. He's going for white noise. Oh my God, gets it. Ivar eliminated. Ivar eliminated. Shot coming in there by Kofi. There's CM Punk. Shot coming in there by Jimmy. Chopping away on El Grande. Down goes Jimmy. Sheamus gets Ivar, said Jennifer. Where's the other member of the War Raiders? I think he's injured at the moment, Eric. I'm sure he's out with an injury. Okay, that mask is loaded by El Grande. Wow, Jay with a shot. Jimmy with a shot. They've both hurt their hands. Oh, 1D. 1D, though. Right now, they've got El Grande. El Grande is eliminated. So, there we go. He goes to the outside. Dominik gets the ropes, gets caught. Okay, JD coming over. Finn coming. They're saving Dom. So there has been some signs of unity amongst Judgment Day. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. The crowd are enjoying it. What is Braun and Bronson going to do? I still feel like they're going to play a part in this. AJ Styles. Oh, to the outside. So CM Punk was like, I don't know if they're chanting AJ Styles or if they're chanting AJ's husband. If they're chanting AJ's husband, that's me. Shots coming down there by Sheamus. Finn Balor goes down. Oh, here's JD. Here's another 10 beats of the Battering. Dominik's not doing anything to help at the moment. Kofi helps eliminate Sheamus. Okay, I don't know if Finn and JD have been eliminated as well. Sheamus has been eliminated. Yeah, they have gone. Finn Balor, JD, and Sheamus have all been eliminated. Dominik's gone by AJ Styles. Dominik eliminated. The ref didn't see it. Huh? The referee missed it. Yeah, we'll just show the replay. refs don't see it. Huh? So Dom's still in. Well, the fans are into it. We need VAR, said PJ. I know, this is where wrestling is still caught in the old days. Well, it's not like no one in the back could watch the flipping show. You know? It's not like there's not a million monitors in the back. What about Triple H? He's got a headset that goes to the referees. Triple H is watching it. Why can't he go, just so you know, Dominik's been eliminated? To be honest, that's a nonsense. But there are grey areas in wrestling where you just have to go, okay. Okay. If that's what you say, then. Okay, CM Punk's like, I hate triple threats. LA Knight survives. Okay, I think we've gone to commercial break again. Do we think we'll see Cody? No, I don't. I'm not expecting Cody. Chop coming in. Another chop coming in. Bang. Dominik stomping away on AJ Styles. Going over the top. Kofi rolls back in the ring. CM Punk said if he wins, it's tainted. Both feet were on the floor. We need instant replay. Do you know if they did bring instant replay into wrestling, that would obviously change a lot about wrestling. Daze, what do we think about new wrestlers losing a lot of matches rather than winning, but still getting used consistently on Raw in big spots? I think it depends on the story. I think it depends on, if it gets them on TV, that's okay. If they're looking good, that's okay. If the losses against good opponents, that's okay. Obviously, they should be disappointed that they're not getting wins. But if they're looking good and they're having good matches, being competitive, well, it's getting them on TV. And then, of course, start winning, start, getting some momentum, start stringing some wins. I feel like I'd be okay with it, but yeah, I'd want to know like the story, the bigger picture. I mean, if they're just losing and looking rubbish, then that's different, isn't it? But I mean, if you lose to, say, Cody, and then the next week you lose to Seth, and then the next week you lose to Dom because he cheated, but you're looking good in the matches, and you've only just been called up. I mean, you got to think someone on the main roster is going to have a main roster career, hopefully, of 10 years. So, I mean, the first couple of months, 3 months, bigger picture, is that a massive problem? People go through their prototype stage, don't they? Kofi on the outside of the ring, driving a shoulder into the midsection. On the shoulders of AJ. Goes on that top rope. Daze, WWE are going to pull a 94. Kofi's gone. Kofi eliminated. Shots coming in there by LA Knight. LA Knight against the ropes. Big boot coming in. What does it say when there's an injury? They have to fall back on the same guys who have been sniffing around the title for months now, said Dad Stuff. Okay, right now we got an elbow drop there by LA Knight. Kick coming in by AJ. Are we down to 4? It's always hard to know if anyone's been eliminated or like if someone's on the outside that went under the bottom rope. Right now we got Dominik, Jay, AJ Styles, LA Knight. Jimmy is still in. I just saw Jimmy as well. We might be down to the final 5. No, Jay on the outsides. Shot coming in there by JJ and LA Knight battling away. Dominik is still in this match. Yeah. LA Knight doing well here. Another shot coming in. Jay in big trouble. Jay teetering. LA Knight with another big blow. Jay on the edge of the ring. Oh, Jimmy comes over and he helps Jay. Jimmy comes over to make the save. Jay down. It says the story has continuity. If people consider for the title are the same people who'd have been fighting for it, it means the story goes on, says Trini. Okay, right now, AJ is eliminated. AJ Styles eliminated by Jimmy. Jimmy, bang! Is it going to come down to Jimmy and Jay? Right now, LA Knight has got Jimmy. Jimmy going for the clothesline. What's Jay going to do? Jay! Did Jay eliminate Jimmy there? Oh, there's a few boos. Yeah, I think Jay just helped eliminate Jimmy. Drop kick. Oh my God, Dirty Dom has got Jay. Oh, Dom eliminated. Jay wins. Jay wins. Wow, look at Jimmy. Jimmy can't believe it. But listen, that was every man for themselves. Yeah, it's going to be Jay against CM Punk. I can't believe that Braun and Bronson didn't get involved. I thought they'd be livid at being left out. I tell you what, though, we've got a real interesting story here between Jimmy and Jay, though. He did save Jay a couple of times. They're just pointing that out on commentary. Oh, he's not, mate. Oh. Hey, look, Jay don't care. Jay's just yeeting away. Listen, Jay could be getting out the ring right now going, look, it was nothing personal. It is the name of the game, but the fact that he's not, like, talking to him right now is not a good look, I don't think. Damn, this is cold by Jay. Yeah, it's every man for themselves. I get that. But you'd want to make sure the relationship was good after. Dudes, I didn't mean anything by it. It's every man for themselves. They're just showing a replay here. Look, both LA Knight. I couldn't tell at first if he was trying to grab him and save him. But no, he eliminated him. Drama. Okay, so Jimmy on the outsides. Jay and CM Punk in the ring. I wonder if Jimmy is going to... I thought this would be Braun. Honestly, I really thought Braun was winning this. I mean, not when the match started and he wasn't in the match, but... CM Punk and Jay get head-to-heads. And that's it. The show comes to a close. Could we see Jimmy joining the Vision? Do you know what? That's a good shout, that is, Jordan. That is a good shout. That could be the swerve. Because I don't think Bron wants to follow anyone. And I don't think that Jimmy is someone that is going to join that group and be the leader. But he might want to join a group where he feels like he's not going to be treated the way that Jay has just treated him. And actually, you know, they've had their issues for a good few weeks now. Jimmy is tired of clean play. He needs Heyman, said Plum Girl. I'm referring to Roxanne. They're taking it slow with her, but she's getting booked. I would like to see WWE use character development, says Big Time Baxter. I don't mind really how Roxanne gets used. Doesn't really. I'm okay with her getting regular TV time. I mean, again, you know, she's what, 22? How old is she? She's so young. I mean, you've got to think that she is going to have a very lengthy career. I know we live in a world where people just don't have patience, but I just sort of feel like she came up in May. I mean, we're sat here and it's October. It's been 5 months and she's already had, like, you know, her hands on tag titles. And, yeah, I just sort of feel like get her on TV. Get her on TV. Have her in good matches. Make her look good. If she falls short at the moment, that's fine. It's going to click and she'll start getting momentum. And then, boom, off we go. I don't see any issue with Roxanne. I think the only problem with Roxanne are the Roxanne stands that are going to want her to have everything now. Like, she needs to be winning. She should be up there with Julia and Stephanie. But I think we move really quick with Julia and Stephanie as well. LA Knight was robbed again, said Brandon. Jay is not it, said Eric, son of Paul. Sally said, does anyone else see some tension between Bron and Bronson? Oh, I didn't spot that, no. Asib said, this Raw sucked. Opola said, I had the chance of being a Christmas elf, but all the other elves laughed at me. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but... King Yeti, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, dudes. King Yeti firing in some memberships. Obviously, we've got our first member stream tomorrow of the week. And we've got a few bits and bobs lined up this week. So, Jay winning that Battle Royal. Jimmy livid. And the show ending with Jay and CM Punk head-to-head, face-to-face. And I don't know, man. I don't know if that's the direction that people were hoping for. It'd be very interesting to know if that is something people are pleased about. I mean, no doubt, I'm very much going to be with CM Punk in that match. I hope Punk gets the victory. Kieran said, see you tomorrow for NXT. See you then, buds. Hasib said, are you bored of the main event scene with Jay again? Yeah, I mean, I get it in the sense of the kids like him, and he's definitely got his supporters. But Jay is not someone that massively does it for me. So yeah, I'll be rooting for CM Punk to get the victory. But I can understand Jay's a big name. I think Jay was an option. I wouldn't have minded AJ Styles. AJ Styles against CM Punk would have been fantastic. That would have been really good. I really like that. But with AJ winning the tag titles tonight, I think it made it less likely. Could have had a really awesome main event for Saturday night's main event. CM Punk versus someone decent. No Jay, said Tony. So Tony's not feeling it. Bishop, hello. Hope you're doing well. I wasn't here for most of it. I had a headache, said Wrestling Void. I can go and rewatch. Spaz50 Nope said, I don't understand why we're doing Jay and CM Punk again. I just think Jay has got a decent following. I think his merch still sells. I think the kids still really like him. I'd imagine there's some really good numbers that say that he is someone that's worth kind of keeping around in the conversation. I don't know that the IWC, the online community, is going to be crazy about this. I don't know that those people are going to, like, majority of people online I don't think are going to be into it. But you know that WWE is a big fan base. And I bet they've got numbers that show that Jay has got a decent following, certainly amongst kids. So I think that Jay was always an option. But, I don't know. Was he the best option? I don't know. I would have gone for someone different personally. But it's not one that I'm like, oh, God, this sucks. It's like, okay, fine. That's the direction they want to go. Daze, you are right with Roxanne. I think in 2026 it'll be a big year. I will say, though, that we do need Raw episodes that focus on character work. I agree. Same for the White Six. Completely agree. Yeah, I agree. Alexis said there are so many ways Saturday night's main event could go. Vision interference, Jimmy costing Jay, LA Knight costing Punk, Brock Lesnar swerve, a Gunther return, said Alexis. Well, we just got to trust that they have got something creative in mind. Just got to trust that they've got a plan. So, yes, let's see. I think the general consensus is going to be that people are going to be a bit down on it, though, to be honest. The kind of early vibe, certainly from you guys, but I think people are going to be like, oh, that's not the direction I wanted them to go, and I can understand that. I think this Raw was okay. It was okay. You know, I think that we got what was advertised and, you know, a few little bits. I like the Becky and Heyman moment. And I like the Braun Bronson thread throughout the show. It doesn't really make much sense to me, but I was enjoying following the story. I just really thought they were going to show up at the end. Again, it just brings me back to what was the plan. So the plan is that you take out Seth. You then steal the title. You walk around saying, I'm the number one, I'm the guy. You show up to Raw. You give the belt to Adam Pearce. You get told you're not in the Battle Royal. And what, you just go home. Like, that's your vision. That's your plan. That's the great strategy, is it? I understand Heyman saying, look, trust me. I ultimately lead people to to greatness. But it's like, well, I don't understand. I don't understand why Braun is just happy to just sit and wait. If he was happy to sit and wait, why did he take out Seth? Because he could have just sat and waited anyway. I mean, granted, by taking out Seth, it means that there is a title available that Braun can go after. He wouldn't go after it while Seth had it. But, I don't know, I just found that part to be a bit strange. I really thought they were going to do something in the main event as a result. I thought they might jump in and eliminate, like, you know, when it got down to the final two, they might jump in and eliminate and have Braun as the winner. And they, like, hijack the Battle Royal or something. Or at least come out and confront the winner, you know? But, again, got to trust there's a plan. Got to trust that... But I say trust there's a plan. We know that we've gone down roads they weren't expecting to go down. They did not plan for this Seth Rollins injury. So that is a bit of a concern. Trust they've got a plan when we are very much going down roads that they did not plan. Does make me a little bit nervous, but okay, whatever. You know, we are where we are. It's going to be Jay against CM Punk. Taking out Seth doesn't guarantee you a match. Heyman told him you need politics. That's the story for now. Yeah, but you've took out Seth with no plan. So you've just took out Seth. I can understand if there was no plan. I can understand Bron Breakker in that moment just getting so frustrated and worked up. Maybe because Seth was saying, I don't need these guys. He just couldn't take it anymore, right? And so he's bang, took out Seth, right? And walked away with the belt, right? I can understand there not being a plan at that point. But you have had all week to sit down with Paul Heyman and go, what's our plan? What's the strategy? What do we do now? Now, if Bron didn't have a vision, that's okay, because you got the wise man, you got the oracle, yeah? That's literally Paul Heyman's job. So that's okay, but you've got Heyman. So you rock up to Monday Night Raw with the belt. You shock the world the previous week. You get in the ring. And what's the plan? The plan is there was no plan. The plan is, here's the belt. Now we've been told we're out the match. Let's go home. I mean, it doesn't do anything for the vision, that. And if the counterpoint is, yeah, but you've got to have a plan. It's all about politics. My point is, you've had a week to come up with a plan. You've had a week to do politics. You've got the best mind in the industry in Paul Heyman. I just think it makes them look really dumb and stupid. Like, we constantly talk about trying to improve the vision. We constantly talk about trying to make the vision a better group, a more interesting group, a group that's got more, attributes and character development and all that kind of stuff. To me, you just made a big, bold statement last week, and then you followed it up with them just looking real stupid this week. And I just think that's just not very good. I can't sit here and put a positive spin on that. I just think they look really dumb. I think him getting into a petty, not even an argument, but like, say please, with Adam Pearce at the start, that just looks petty. It comes across as petty. I mean, if there was like a bigger story, if there was a bigger plan at play, that you could be like, oh, okay, fair play. That led to that. But I mean, at the moment, there isn't, is there? As I'm sat here right now, the plan seems to be just wait. I'll work it out. It's like, that's the best you could come up with. The best you could come up with all week is just wait. It'll work out in the end. Brilliant. Great job. Well done, everyone. Well done. So, yeah, I don't know. What did this do to build the vision up tonight? What did this do to make the vision look good? I would say not much at all. Not much at all. But, I mean, look, maybe that's just not, I don't know. Maybe that's not the plan right now. Maybe we're not trying to build them. I don't know. I just think you did something big last week. Couldn't you follow up on it? Wrestler Andy said, do we think LA Knight needs to go heel if he doesn't have a chance as champ? Maybe. Big Time said, it's funny. The amazing Bron turn was a happy accident, and it's Sammy that made the call to have Dragunov win. Triple H is a safe booker. Oh, he is a safe booker, yes. We know that. That's a criticism that's been labelled at him quite often. Right, we're done anyway. I need to go and do videos, don't I, and whatnot. So appreciate people joining. And hopefully you enjoyed the show or got something from the show. We're back again tomorrow for NXT, of course. I believe Evolve on Wednesday. We've got a busy weekend this weekend. There's lots going on. So, yes, I'm going to go and work on some videos. But thanks for watching. Appreciate it as always. And I will see you again next time. Bye for now.